What's the motherfucking deal, man? Welcome to the den. I'm glad that you could join us this evening. I apologize. One moment. One moment, I forgot something. All right. I apologize for the noise. So let's get to it, man. I'm your host, Ed Honcho, man. It is my honor. It is my privilege. But more than anything, it is my pleasure to get to be here to chop it up with you guys each night, Monday through Friday, usually. But welcome to the den, the best conversation on the internet. And the reason why I feel that way is because of all you wonderful people who tune in, uh, chatting in the stream, maybe just at home, watching in your drawers, eating ice cream. I don't know. But those who call, those who chat, those who just watch, man, you're all appreciated. Well, thank you so very much for being here. All you wonderful den folk. You may be asking, hey, Hunter, what is that behind you? What's going on? Is that a fire sale? Absolutely not. This is what's taking place currently in Minneapolis. George Floyd, the gentleman who was killed by the police officer in Minneapolis who has been now fired. People are responding to his death by rioting and looting. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that whole situation. You know, me actually having taken a little bit more time to look into some of things, just to get a little bit more informed about, the situation itself. So we're going to talk about that. And hopefully we can have a good conversation. I think there's a lot of things to discuss. I think there's a lot of layers to this story. It's a whole lot, man. So we're going to get into all of it. But I think this is a nifty background. I'm going to leave it up for a little bit. But I got other videos to show y'all. I got plenty of other clips to show you of what's going on in Minneapolis. This was the Target. I guess they started at the Target. It was targeted. And then you have the liquor store, from what I heard, was the next place to get hit, in honor and in honor of George, man. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna fuck everything up because in honor of George, this is what we're up to. This is what we're supposed to be doing, right? We're gonna get into that. But let's see what we have joining us this evening, man. And we just got a lot of shit to talk about, man. We got a lot of shit to talk about. So let's get to it. Let's see what we got joining us, and then let's get into a good conversation. John, my favorite New Yorker, what's the motherfucking deal? Sito, what's the motherfucking deal? Kenneth, C, honorable mention, Kenneth, what's the motherfucking deal? K, Grace, excuse me, and I see Miss M. Grace, the ladies gracing us with their presence this evening. How are you ladies doing this evening? Jess Sarah, how are you this evening? Miss Bell, hope everything is well. How are you this evening, ma'am? Rob, that's my guy. Rob is my dude, man. Rob, what's the motherfucking deal? Rob, I hope all is well. D. Nelly, how are you doing this evening, ma'am? Let's see. The Dawn of the Discord. And if you don't know, if you ain't been in the Discord, you're missing. You're missing like some shitty conversation, but you're missing some real good conversation. So we'll put the link to the Discord up before the stream is over. Make sure you're a part of that, man. Just come join the conversation. We'll probably be talking about this after the stream. And you can join in the voice chat live, or you can just listen via the text chat and just share your thoughts. James A, what's the motherfucking deal? Only one law. How are you this evening, ma'am? Hope all is well. Tiffany Toby, how are you this evening, ma'am? Getting well. I'm assuming. What's the motherfucking deal? How are you this evening? Brandon 335 AK, the stenographer. What is the motherfucking deal, my good man? Hope all is well, Mr. 335. I see you've survived Heidi's pandemic, her personal pandemic that she placed upon you. Let's see. Footballer 503. I was eating an apple. Golden Delicious. My favorite kind of apple. Lockbert, what's the motherfucking deal? How are you this evening, sir? Right, the mask come in conveniently. Marquise, what's the motherfucking deal? Otis, aka Mr. Player Triple OG Keith. He was Mitch before. I forgot Mitch's last name. The dude with all the boots and the matching units. He was a player. OG Keith was Mitch before Mitch was ever a thing. So, recognize the real OGs. Bobby Lilly, what's the motherfucking deal? How are you this evening, ma'am? Mal Miles, what's the motherfucking deal? Man, and we have a lot to talk about. I'm telling you, there's so much to talk about. I don't want to promise anything, but depending on how good the conversation is tonight, We'll see. We'll see where it goes. Because I feel like this is one of those dens that the conversation needs to be had, man. Uh, he sat here and said, "Where are all the pro blacks? Why are they not down in Minnesota?" Nah, man. We gonna get into it, man. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to talk about. Oh, they're riding in L.A. too, right? That's the crazy thing, right? They're riding in L.A. too. I got more footage to show y'all. Give me just a second. Let me see what I was reading. I'm gonna tell you about what's going on in L.A. too. Dre, what's the motherfucking deal? Representing from Canada, International Dre, International Players Anthem. But appreciate the love, Eastside. Let's see. Frost, welcome back. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Hope all is well. King Jaja, what's the motherfucking deal? White, White Persuasion, you don't work at. I read it that you work at that Target. I said, you don't work at that Target. You work at Target. Well, I know you can defend yourself. You studied the art of James Harden, so if anybody gives you any shit, you just square up with them. YP, what's the motherfucking deal? And anybody I may have missed, look, hey, 12, what's the motherfucking deal? Welcome to the den. Shelly Long, what's the motherfucking deal? And if I missed you, I ain't dishy. We just got a lot to talk about, man. Well, what I said well, apparently, now I might be wrong, but from what one of the videos that I got, they said that this was happening in L.A. I'll post a video here shortly after this one. Misty, hello, Misty, how are you? I agree. Like I said, I think from what I've heard and what I've seen, we just got a lot to talk about. Like I said, let's get into the conversation. So, Lady Licious, what's the motherfucking deal? Last night, like I said, I got bits and pieces of the story. I saw the video. We played the video, and I'm kind of actually upset I did play the video. It is what it is. But we talked about this story kind of in a collective of all the other things that were taking place. But this story itself is different, and it deserved its own topic. It deserved its own conversation because you're talking about life and death. You're talking about another situation where you have an incident with an officer of the law, and you have a black person. Man, the women don't get talked about as much, but there's stories with that too, and we're gonna get into all these things. And people perceive this as racism. People say, well, the cops just doing their job, or and you hear all kind of perspective, all kind of views, and everybody tries to throw these kind of one size fits all thoughts on each and every situation. Sometimes people are just afraid to say what things really are. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's a fucking dirty cop, right? Sometimes that person is a fucking criminal. They're a fucking idiot. Sometimes it's a combination of fucking both. And sometimes it gets caught on tape. Sometimes you see it. You hear about it as one thing, but sometimes you see it. And what makes these stories different, because you hear the numbers, well, 300, 400, or 500, so many people are getting shot, and this is happening now, and you're like, wow, that's fucked up, but shame on them. But when you have a story like this, and you put a name and you put a face to it, and it becomes personalized because you see it. Even if you're just telling a story and you actually have a name and you have you can paint a mental picture, it becomes personal, and you think of it differently. And I'm a person that likes to look at everything on a case-by-case basis. I talk in generalizations a lot when we talk about different things here, and that's usually to just be the asshole or talk about something crazy, or just to prove a point, depending on what we're talking about. But this situation is really weird because this guy's actually from Houston, right? And apparently, I guess he was up in Minneapolis trying to, kind of get his life right, kind of trying to change the game. And make sure I'm going to make it something I definitely want to talk about. But he wanted to change, so I guess he was going to trucking school. He's actually, I believe, the brother of an athlete from Professor Trill's hometown, a guy that Professor Trill actually got me start watching his Instagram and some of his shows and stuff, and a guy I can relate to, but was familiar with him when he was in the NBA. And, I believe this is his brother. I mean, they look just alike. It's crazy. And so, it's just different, I guess, maybe having that connection. Look at my phone. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure I get that thought out. And so you look at it and you're like, well, you know, the officer was just trying to keep him down. But in reality, there's 4 cops over there. There's the one standing there, and there's 3 cops on the other side of the the vehicle. And so last night when you're looking at it, you're like, there's one cop, he's trying to hold him down. You're like, okay, but maybe he could have. He definitely could have adjusted himself. He definitely could have put himself in a better position. He definitely could have saw that, this man was struggling for life. But then, when you realize that there were 3 grown men, law enforcement, holding this man down, then you start asking questions. You're like, what the hell, man? Now there's really no excuse for that not to have happened. None whatsoever. I saw the video from both angles. The one directly behind the vehicle he was in when he got pulled out, and then the one from the store angle. And you kind of see in the store angle where it looks like he didn't kind of want to get directly into the vehicle. But still, I don't understand how it goes from a situation where you have a man handcuffed already, basically under arrest, and it gets to the point where your knee is basically in his neck, and he can't breathe. And you have, not just one partner backing you up, but multiple. Because when I watched that first video, I thought about this. I'm like, okay, well, if he's got this guy on the ground and he's struggling with him, then why ain't his partner helping him, right? But then you realize that there's more than one cop on the other side of the thing. Now, look, I'm not pro-police, not anti-police. Again, let's go back to the case-by-case basis thing. I think you got some good people out there really trying to do the right thing. I think you got some people out there trying to take advantage of an opportunity. I think you just got some people out there who just need a job, and that's their job, and they just want to go home to their families each and every night. Benefits, everything that comes with it. And so I try not to look at them all in a bad way. And I think that's actually worked well for me. Until you have an encounter like that, then, you treat it as such. But I know as a black individual, I've told you my thoughts have changed much over the years as I've grown, as I've become who I am today, the guy in front of the camera that you're watching right now. I understand the thought process, the feeling that, well, they're against all of us. They just want to take us all out. They're just trying to, do it. I told you I had that mentality at one time. I understand it. And when you see things like this, it makes you feel this way. First thing I want to suggest real quick, if you are a person who feels impacted by watching those type of videos, if you must watch it, only watch it one time. Because what you don't realize you're doing to yourself is you're creating a trauma for yourself if these type of things impact you in that way. And the more you watch it, the more you're hurting yourself. And so if you're watching this stuff and then you go down a rabbit hole of this type of media or these type of stories telling you these things, you'll get lost in a situation that is probably not good for your mental health. And shout out to Dan. I appreciate the love. They said, what is this shit I'm watching? The only time they want to wear masks is when they hide their identities, when they're looting. Yeah, well, it's convenient. They're following orders, right? That's what they're doing. They're following orders. Look at these necessary COVID supplies that they're taking out back there. But this is in the name of George Floyd, right? And again, everybody's entitled to feel how they want to feel about the situation. And again, like I said, the more I look at it, the more I see everything going on behind it. This man was murdered. I mean, there's really nothing else to it. Regardless of whatever happened, there was no action agreed, even if you were difficult, even if you were resisting. There was no action that he committed that warranted, you know, a slow, tragic death, right? There's no action that warranted death, period. And again, I wish like the Black Lives Matter thing didn't get involved with this. I hate that shit. Y'all know if you've been around, you know my feelings on that. I wish these things could be the individual situations for which they should be. Like when these groups come and they fucking try to capitalize. And you know we've talked about the Black Lives Matter. They don't give a fuck about Black Lives Matter. It's an agenda to push, you know, LGBT of POC, you know, LMNOP, whatever else is going on, all the rest of ABC. I want the whole fucking alphabet soup. But I'll push it to the side. You know, that's the agenda that they're pushing, and that's fine. If you're with that, that's cool. I don't really give a shit, but I'm not. That's not what I'm here for. So I don't support that shit, and I wish that they would just stop attaching their fucking name to every fucking thing that goes down. Because what happens immediately is then people just lump these stories, right? Well, this is just like that, and just like that. See, it's the Black Lives Matter, and it's this and that. And they give this shit a bad name because they don't help shit. Because they eventually, where you go, you see shit like this happening, right? And I think it almost overshadows the situations that take place. But now, because it's become this, right? Now, you create a situation where you get to deflect the story from, well, what happened to George, as opposed to now, look, see, look, you know, oh, they're riding, they're fucking up their community, they're doing all this other stuff. And so now you because of the greed, because of self-indulgent opportunity, whatever you want to call it, this ain't got nothing to do with fucking that man that was killed. This whole thing has to do with people just. It's not just social media age. It's just not. It's just the shit that people do. Well, especially when you talk about communities of lack, people who feel like they're lacking. People going in here stealing shit they don't need. They don't know what the fuck they want. Look at this shit. Look at some of this stupid shit. Motherfuckers just here like, well, they're stealing from Target. Why? Well, they're doing it. Let's everybody else do it. Herd mentality. It's fucking dumb. Like, look back here. There's a motherfucker riding a bike. I think, if I'm not mistaken, is it right there? Looking way in the back. A fucking bike in Target. This is for George, right? This is for fucking George. We're riding bikes in Target, and stealing fucking TVs and taking carts and hauling out everything we can, right? This is the shit that takes away from what's important. And depending on who it is we're talking about, there's a list of names you could talk about. And, you know, whatever the names may be, we may agree or disagree on the circumstances as to how it was handled or the response or whatever, you know. Nobody's ever going to always agree. It's fine. That's the beauty of the den. We all have different opinions. But this takes away from that individual that you feel was accosted. This takes away from the individuals who, you know, that people are protesting the injustices for. So if you are a protester, if you are, you know, Black Lives, you are whatever, like you're undermining your own fucking cause by doing this. And you got people out there encouraging, yeah, do it, fucking do it, yeah. But then you have law enforcement out there. The law enforcement is there. They're just sitting there. They're watching. But why would they, right? Why would they risk themselves? Right now, this is dangerous. People are mad at the law enforcement. They don't want to get into a situation. You got mobs and crowds. Look at this motherfucker steal a vacuum. Fucking vacuum. It's just so much to get into with this, right? I'm gonna switch to the regular background, and I'm gonna put up some other videos. We're gonna talk about some other things as these videos play. And like I said, this just may be one of those nights. And I apologize. I'm not really reading the chat very much as much as I normally do. It's just a lot to think about this. Now, I'm not gonna be in the crowd of You know, they gunning us down, they shooting us down, you know. But I understand those who feel that way and why they do. I get it. I understand the perception. I understand what, you know, what you're seeing. But at the same time, too, we have to accept certain realities and certain things that are going to make us feel uncomfortable. You know, they say the revolution will not be televised. Maybe that should be fucking live streamed. Give me just a second here. But there's something I saw out of all this. Like, I don't even want to say this is the most disgusting. This is disgusting. This is stupid. This is like the latest developments, right? But there was something I saw earlier that fucking disgusted the fuck out of me, man. And some people are vile and hateful. You know what I mean? Some people are just fucking sick inside. Some people are, I don't know, over things that strangers say on the internet, over things that people say on the internet that they have never met. And there were some women who were upset with this guy because of who his romantic partner was, right? And they said black women shouldn't support him because he was with a white woman. You know what I'm saying? They told him, they told other black women, don't support this guy. He's dating a white woman. He wouldn't come to our aid, you know. They got mad because Stephen Jackson, again, his brother, said some things, I guess, on a live stream where it wasn't painting black women in a favorable light. But again, if you look at the wording, I forgot what the exact wording was. I saw it earlier. He was just saying basically was not bossy, not picky. I forgot what the word is, but basically something with a negative connotation to it, black women. But he said again, what people don't get is you don't have to be the representative for your whole demographic, whatever it may be. And so when somebody says something about it, you don't have to get mad, get pissed. But anyway, people were saying, fuck this guy and all this other stuff because black women were saying this. Because he's dating a white woman. Like, is the hate really that strong? Is the hate really that serious? If he found somebody that made him happy, no telling what all he's gone through, you know, in his life and what he's dealt with, and he found somebody that made him happy. Is he wrong for that? Like, is that where we are at this point? You know what I'm saying? Apparently wasn't none of y'all concerned about it initially. And now, all of a sudden, because it's a name that's being put out there, now he's a bad guy, he's this. And again, like I say, it's just, I don't know, man, it's just making me sick. I'm going to put some more of these videos up so you guys can see some of these other things while we continue this conversation. Look at this. This is look at, we're using the card. It is so cavalier with the card. We'll just take this. Everybody strolling by, just standing. Hey, again, this is what I'm saying. Look at it. Monkey see, monkey do. Hey, I'm here not to loot. I don't want to loot. I just want to record other people looting. Right? That's where we are right now. Like that's it's a cool thing to do. I'm not here for George. I'm here to get some screen time. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I say, like, tell y'all, I think I saying shit, y'all say the cool shit, whatever you want to. Quote unquote allies, people that are supposed to help you make it. That was a red box, right? If I'm not mistaken, I just saw the volume of the video. Oh, I didn't even know I had the video volume on. Shame on me. Oh, okay. Let me cut that video. My fault. Appreciate that 325. Thank you, sir. But yeah, so the thing is, like, these are not your allies. These are not your friends. These people don't have your will. These are snakes. These are people looking for an opportunity to get a little quick come up. These are people that are looking for an opportunity to leech off of something. Hey, they're destroying this. Let's go get a fucking TV. Let's go get a bunch of TVs. Let's go fucking deck out our house. Let's go. I don't know. I guess that's not what I think when you hear about a story like this. Let's go to the nearest department store and fuck it up. And Target, why Target of all places, right? That's like what I'm still trying to figure out. Again, and then the liquor store next door again. So these are very convenient places to ransack for justice. And so my thing is just, man, I really wish that, honestly, the looting shit, the robbing, stealing, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't benefit you at all. And I'm assuming, again, like I say, most of these motherfuckers, this is your neighborhood that you're fucking up. But most folks ain't got cars and shit. These people walking up and shit, to strolling up and shit. So this is their neighborhood. This is in their area. And then in a couple of days, or well, once this is shut down, and this is Minneapolis. I don't know about the economy in Minneapolis. I'm just gonna assume it's not the best. I don't know what's going on there. But once all this shit shuts down and you don't have stores, or other small business or business owners are looking at it like, well, fuck that. Again, you're losing small businesses to the pandemic, quote unquote. And then, oh man, I say justice for lower prices. That's fucking funny. Um, I say racism, our nation's Achilles. I already appreciate the love, Eastside Herald and Houston Texans talk, man. Yeah, and that's what I say. We it's a lot to get into. And here's the thing too. Also, stop if you're spreading the picture. Don't spread the picture of the make whites great again guy. That's not that cop, right? Because when I saw that, I was like, how shitty of a police department do you have to be? And you're talking about in a major city, or in a city. Uh, And y'all haven't checked that. Y'all haven't, like, y'all, nobody seen this. Nobody said anything about this cop opening. Like, so I was like, that's why I was really like sketchy. I'm like, I mean, there's crazy shit, but it can't be that fucking blatant, right? And so, yes, George Floyd had a white girlfriend. Um, and so, and I also saw a thing they were talking about, not getting too excited over the firing things. They said over almost 50% of the officers in Minnesota who get fired end up getting reinstated, and some other things they were talking about. But I'm just thinking with the quickness of what has happened, and how all this is taking place. But the death is not only on the hands of that one officer. And you could say, well, he was the one that committed the act. Absolutely. Absolutely he was. Um, but those other gentlemen all participated. They all helped. I mean, how hard it again, like now knowing that there were three people, right? And you're there on this map, and you're there hearing what's going on. How hard would it have been to tap that man and say, "Oh, hey, man, come on, ease up, man." You know what I'm saying? Hey, come on, ease up. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just on that guy, right? So, oh yeah, I'm happy. That's what I'm saying. Oh man, come on. The people who try to put the stuff on the president, people's actions, it's crazy to me. Appreciate the love, Houston Texan talk. Like I think that's crazy. Like to try to blame the president, any president, for a major tragic event, unless unless President Trump just came out and said, "Man, fuck Minneapolis." Yeah, then I don't know, set it off, but then you fucking up your hometown. You don't give a shit, you know. But my thing is just like this, man. Like I get it. Like I get it. You tired of the marching and you want something that you feel like is gonna get results. This is not it. This is not it. And there is a way to get results. There is a way to get permanent results. But the thing is, the majority of black people would not like what it would take to get those. No, to get those permanent results. Most black people will not. I'm not going to say all, but I'm going to say most. I'm going to say more than 51% would not be willing to do what it would take to get those permanent results. And so, again, but bring it back to what it's about. This man lost his life unnecessarily. I want to get to a situation where I find interesting that with the thing that people say, right? And I agree. No government can fix absolutely. Some people definitely can be swayed by their governments, but I agree. No government can fix a man's heart. Um, the thing about it is, it, it's like, let me make sure I word this properly. It's like this a situation that keeps recurring, okay, and different name, different place, whatever it may be, and you keep doing the same thing. It keeps happening. You keep doing the same thing. Then you have the people who take advantage of situations like this, and I'm sure I still got more videos to say about that. But you don't ever see results, and you wonder why. Like, what does it take? I have a personal thought. One, two, three. I have a personal thought on what it would take. Look at this shit. This shit is fucking ridiculous, man. They robbed a red box. A red box. I haven't seen a DVD in years. Like, no bullshit. Heidi probably started this shit. No bullshit. I haven't seen a fucking a DVD in years. Right? I don't know what that was. Let me see here. So I was gonna say something. I'm not gonna lie. I actually lost my train of thought. This one. This supposedly was, I believe, it was supposed to be in L.A. Now I may be wrong. If I was a target, we don't claim her. Appreciate the love, Miss Just Sarah. Uh, yeah. So apparently, this is allegedly supposed to be in L.A. I may be wrong. That's what the thing said. The guy, he fell off the car. Now they're trying to render aid to him. And the guy that helps you is just like right there. I don't know. Is there a doctor in the house? Is there anybody who can render aid? Um, and here's the other thing. It was something else it was me. I got like two more. I want to make sure y'all see all of these. Actually, I think I got one more. The other one was the one I used for the background. Um, yeah, this is like a aerial view. I know this might be a little hard to see. Let me. What am I doing there? Where's that? Oh, son of a bitch. All right, bring it back. All right, so yeah, that's kind of like a aerial view of what was going down at the targets. So yeah. Um, Damn it, I had a point I wanted to make. This is why I need to start writing things down in more detail. I had a point I wanted to make. It was something I wanted to talk about before we opened the line. And gosh darn it, dag nabbit, I cannot remember what it was. Yeah, it looks crazy, right? It does. It looks ridiculous. Um, but again, like I say, but you got people who look for these opportunities to capitalize, and none of this has anything to do with George. Nobody really gives a damn. Again, it's hey, there's a tension over there. Can I get some? Can I get some? You're giving it away for free. Can I get some? Can I have some of that free attention, please? And it doesn't matter whose name we have to capitalize on or what we have to do. I mean, that's what people are out to do. It's all about that. Um, Segregation. It's a funny word. We probably should talk about that more often. Like Honcho is a racist, and I don't mean in that way, but I think I don't know. I mean, because it sounds extreme when you say it out loud, like in your mind, it works, right? But then when you say shit out loud that you probably should not be saying, um, or that you think is okay to say, but it doesn't sound good when you say it. So yeah, we'll probably say that for maybe like a den Discord, and we'll get further into the my thoughts on should people socially distance a little bit more. So there's that. Um, but yeah, man, that's basically what it is. Like that's what it is. Like free stuff at the store. Nobody's that mad. Let's be honest, man. Nobody's that mad. And you know why nobody's that mad? Because everybody's too absorbed by anything else to take their attention. Like, aside from a family member, you know, they're hurting, right? And you got some people who will take these things emotionally, like you're disturbed, yeah, but just that man, I'm just gonna be like, who's the motherfucker that set it off? We're going to Target and we're fucking shit up, right? Who is that guy? Who was the one that decided that Target was the lick? And what did he steal first, right? So I don't know, man. Like I feel really fucking bad for the family because it's a situation that just shouldn't have happened. And so you start trying to wonder, well, how do you stop these things from happening? Who do you blame? Who is it? Is it the police? Is it the civilian? Oh, and that's what I want to speak of. Like, you have two groups of people, and you have a group of people who say, well, you should know better. You better shut the fuck up and do what the police tell you to. Then you have a group of people who say, well, I thought this was America. Thought I was a free man. I thought I could do, what I want to do. I want to talk. I want to say what I want to say. Uh, you know, and I got rights. Some people say, let them have it. Speak your mind. Let them know how you feel. Cuss them out. Do all that good shit. Some people say, shut the fuck up. Get through your situation. Live through another day. Right. Now, I'm not saying which is right or which is wrong. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Some people value the longevity of their lives. Other people value maybe respect more so. But my thing is, should we really be expecting citizens in what is supposed to be a free country to operate in a uniform manner when it comes to dealing with the police? Or do we need some form of extended police training? Maybe I don't know. What is it? Sensitivity training or something of that nature. Is that what it is? Or is it a situation that just kind of like lions and gazelles? It's just a situation where you kind of got predator and prey, and it just doesn't. It won't ever get resolved like that. It's just a natural way of things. I'm a free person, and you're a person who's trying to restrict my ability to move around. There's going to be a conflict depending on how the exchange goes, right? I mean, where is the matter resolved? Where do we come to a solution? And that's kind of what I want to talk about tonight too. Where do we come to a solution? I want to talk about George. I want to know your thoughts on this. Like, do you feel it was a murder? Do you feel that the cop was unjustly fired? Do you feel like he was doing his job? Should it be handled differently? Have you seen information that makes you feel differently about the case than maybe you did previously? Like I say, I just want to know your thoughts. And so, this is what we're going to do here. We are going to get ready to open the line, the den line. And if you're not familiar with the den line, well, the den line is a line where you can call in and share your thoughts with everybody who is listening in, and maybe later with random strangers throughout the world who happen to stumble across this stream. And if they listen to this point, you may be heard by them, somebody in the Philippines or something. So let's talk about this, man, because some people feel like this is an ongoing problem in America. Some people feel like these are isolated events that people are just making too big of a deal about it. Some people say, hey, white people get shot too. You got, black people, y'all are tripping. Some people say, we're tired of this and we're not getting respected. We're getting stepped on. Again, I just kind of want to know how you feel about this. There's a lot of stuff, like I say, so many different layers to this situation that you could talk about. I just want to know your thoughts and the perspective that you have about this case. Also, I want to put the rioting video back up because I like it, right? And so I'm going to put that back up in the background. But I want to know your thoughts on the people who are rioting because of this and using, Floyd as the backdrop for their anger to go rioting. Do you believe that is real? And we get upset about rioting, right? When things like this happen. So you're just tearing up your neighborhood. You guys, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. But is this type of rioting any different than when fans of teams, I always recall Boston. No, not Boston, I'm sorry, Philly, where the guy ate dog shit. But motherfuckers are fucking their city up because they're happy that they've won a major sporting event, right? You won. Why are you tearing shit up? Are they both stupid? Is it all dumb? So I just want to talk about these type of situations. I want to talk about Floyd. I want to talk about how you feel specifically about this. I want to try to remain as relevant as possible this evening. 10-minute rule will be in place. Because I want to make sure everybody has a chance to talk. And I know I talked for a very long time. I'm not promising an extended end, but we'll see what happens, right? So, give me just a moment as I get the den lined up. And I'm feeling like there's something else I want to say. But yeah, as I'm doing this, well, I don't call it yet because I haven't set it up long again. But the thing about the black women who were very mad about him dating a white woman and who were so mad at Stephen Jackson having an opinion about black women that they were celebrating this man's death, that's fucking disgusting. Like, one thing is finite, right? And the thing that kills me too, if somebody was coming up and I hate fucking black men with dreadlocks, they're all fucking a problem. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. Like, how hard is it for that to be a thing? And again, if you like the opposite, like, I don't give a shit. More power to you. It's fucking billions of other options on this planet. So I don't get why people get so mad about other people having opinions, right? Again, if it don't apply, let it fly. Obviously, that shit applies, and that's why they're so upset about it, right? Has to be it. Give me just a second. I'm going to try to see if I can find it, because I'm going to tell you, I did say I want to start proving. Because y'all think I just, you see shit on Twitter. You ain't see that shit on Twitter. You just be saying shit. Honcho be making shit up. So I did say I want to start trying to find the things so that y'all can see them when I do provide them for you. So that way y'all can't accuse me of just saying some random stuff. Give me 1 second. Let's open this up. And then we'll be ready to take a couple of calls. All right, cool. Everything's good. Let's see. Make sure you hit that like button too. We greatly appreciate if you are enjoying the conversation. Hit the like button. Plenty to talk about. All right. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who do we have calling into the den this evening? Hello. Hello.
Hi, this is Ice Cube calling from the sofa of my 30,000 square foot mansion in a gated white community.
Ice Cube.
I just like to tell all the Yes, I just like to tell all of my fellow brothers and sisters, my melanated, beautiful people, rise up, get in those streets, do some stupid shit, catch a record, lose your job, go on unemployment, get bad credit, and ruin you and your family's lives, while I sit here and just be exceptionally black, counting my money.
Please tell me.
Hold on,
Please tell me Ice Cube didn't say that.
He did. Let me hold on. Let me pass the phone to a real one here. His name is John from New York. Hold on a second. Thanks, Ice Cube. Yo, give me 5 on the black hand side, brother. All right, thank you. What's going on?
Hello, John. How are you this evening, sir?
I am doing exceptionally white. How about you?
Oh man, I can't quite say the same. Say I'm doing a little darker, but here's my thought. So you said Ice Cube basically is encouraging people to riot. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he made like one of these veiled threats. He said something like, maybe it's time that black people like did action on the police or something like that instead of them doing it to us. Something along those lines. Some veiled threat that I'm sure that later on, I'm sure he'll be like, "Oh, that's not what I meant. I meant like we should go to the Supreme Court and get our laws passed." But he did that shit, and people already called him out. But you know how it is. Celebrities get a pass saying stupid shit.
Okay. That's interesting. That's wild. So, what are your thoughts on this whole situation?
So, what exactly about it are we talking about tonight? Because I don't want to repeat what I said last night.
Like I say, just looking, like I say, well, for me personally, I was able to, see more of the information surrounding the case. But looking at it, like I say, again, looking at why the officers were fired so quickly. I mean, just what are your thoughts? Do you feel like this was, and for those who may not have been here, it looks like we got a little bit of a bigger crowd tonight. Those who may not have heard some of your thoughts this evening, do you feel that this was a murder, or that the officer was justified?
Like I said last night, I didn't like the fact that he put his knee on his neck. I would have been more okay if he put his knee on his back, or put it his shins on his side. I know when you lay someone on their back, it's easy to put pressure on their rib cage and their lungs, and it does make it difficult for them to breathe. As far as people saying why didn't the Asian cop say anything, he's worse. Well, maybe he's a rookie, and if he does say something, no one's going to listen to him, or he's going to get fired. Which is ironic because he did get fired anyway. But maybe at the time he was or maybe he didn't know any better either, But I don't necessarily think the Asian guy was yeah, let's kill this guy. I mean, there's no proof of that. Could it be? Yeah, absolutely. But there's no proof of that.
Yeah, no, I don't think they conspired together. But I'm just my thing is of one of the four, somebody had to realize something was amok and say, hey, kind of what's going on here. Or maybe that guy may have been the highest ranking officer on the scene, and maybe, like you said, they could have been afraid. You
know what? It's kind of it's kind of like a mortician or a police officer or a doctor. They're so used to seeing things that would make the average person's stomach queasy that they get numb to it, and to them it's normal. Not necessarily to justify it, but just seeing they might not have seen it as wrong. Maybe their supervisor was a shitbag too, and he's the one or she's the one who taught them to be like that. Who knows? They might have been acting out of ignorance too. So who knows? My whole point is, like you said, we can wait till more stories come out about it to piece together, the full story. Right now, I think people are reacting on sound bits and little edited videos that we're seeing. But I mean, it says let's get honest about George Floyd. So is there anything that you want me to say that you think most people wouldn't say?
I mean, what do you honestly feel about his death and the situation leading up to it? Do you think that's his fault?
I mean, I think
do you think that they took it too far? I mean, how do you honestly feel?
Here's how I look at it. Anytime somebody dies, I always say, if there was a way that they could have avoided it, hindsight being 2020, it would be better to avoid it. But that's not always the case, and unfortunately, people usually don't think about the situation until after it's done, whether it's, saying something nasty to someone, doing something nasty, shooting someone, or whatever. So at the end of the day, yeah, they could have done things differently. Does it mean at the moment in time they were thinking about killing him? No. They might be idiots. Like I said, they might be numb to it. Who knows? We also don't have the full story. Maybe he was resisting. Maybe he was on PCP and had superhuman strength, and it did take 3 guys to hold him down. You know, and I know a lot of people saying like he was screaming, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe." That might be true. He might truly not being able to breathe. But I know if I was a criminal, I was trying to get away. You know what I would say? I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Why? Because I know if they're compassionate and if they're fools, they're gonna let go, and then I'm gonna fucking punch or run or do whatever I got to do if I'm a criminal. You know, people forget that officers deal with criminals. They don't deal with normal people every single day of their lives. You know what I mean? So the reality is they have to treat people like they're a danger. Now, doesn't mean go around shooting people immediately, but it happened. I would have liked to have seen it done better. Like I said 3 times already, I would have rather the knee not been on the neck. Does that mean that the guy intended to murder him? No, we don't even know if he died because of the knee on the neck. If he was on drugs, he could have died from the drugs in his system. He could have died because he had a medical illness, which you can kind of tie into, well, then you shouldn't have had your knee on his neck. But at the end of the day, all this is going to be is 20/20 hindsight. Anything else you'd like me to touch on?
What do you think ultimately happens to the former officers involved in this situation?
This is going back to what I said last night, where it totally went over people's heads when I said, like, it used to be that a black man's life was worth nothing. Now it's worth just a year or 2 in jail to make it look good. What I was getting at was that these politicians and these Black Lives Matters and these melanated people like Sean King, what they do is they talk this talk. So what happened was all these Democrat politicians, all these Democrat states and counties where these black people are living in, because this usually happens to black people as far as the ones that make it to TV. There's plenty of white people getting all this dirty shit done to them too on YouTube. You could just look it up. The difference is you can't just Google white person shot by cop. You have to search for it, which I find funny. But the reason why they're doing this now, it's like okay, we're finally starting to get justice. Now they're giving this guy 2 years. They're giving this guy 5 years. They're doing that sparingly because what they're really saying is black people are catching on to us and they're leaving the Democratic plantation. So now we have to actually make it look like we're getting serious. So what they're telling people is, now we'll give a couple of officers here and there a couple of years in jail and they'll be out. Or we'll give them charges that we know they can't prove in court and they'll walk free, like the 5 police officers from Baltimore, Freddie Gray. So what they're doing is just playing a game. They're just moving they're moving the piece of the puzzle from the left to the right, back to the left, back to the right. That's all they're doing. And that was my point about the neighborhoods are going to get less police because the police department's going to get more taxed. They're going to need more money for body cameras, more money for training, more money for this, more money for that. And eventually it's going to be the neighborhood's going to get gentrified because property taxes, which help pay for the police departments, are going to go up. Low-income people can't afford them. Middle-class and upper-income people are going to move in and kick the black people out. It's been happening since the beginning of time. So that was my point about how a black man's life was only worth 0 years. Now it's worth 2 years. It's a fuck you play by politicians. They still think a black man's life was worth 0 years. They're just creating the perception that it's worth more.
Okay, interesting. That's a very, very interesting perspective. But I definitely do.
Because the Minnesota mayor or governor came out and said that the DA's office said that they can't charge these officers because there's nothing on video that shows that it was a premeditated murder.
Oh, okay, I heard about that.
Look, only one law. What am I spinning like a top? The black man's life isn't worth anything. Do you really believe that I'm lying about that? Do you really think that everyone in this world doesn't believe that? There are fucking black people that are quicker to kill a black person because they don't value a black life than they are quicker to fuck up a white person. As a white guy, I know I got to do twice as much shit to have a black person put hands on me. But if Honcho talked the same shit I did in the streets, they put their hands on him quicker. You know why? Because they don't respect black people. Get the fuck out of my fucking ear talking about that shit. A fucking white person tells a lie, you're racist. A white person tells the truth, oh, that's not what it is. You're just a fucking child. You can't understand it. You ain't shit. You ain't ever gonna be shit. And it pisses you off that the person who makes the most sense about black people is a white guy that calls in. You can't stand that in your fucking little mind. You can't stand that. Makes you disgusted that black people can't get their shit together and a fucking white guy calls in and he cleans your fucking dirty house. Malcolm X told you clean your fucking house. You haven't cleaned your house for 55 fucking years. A white man comes in and he cleans it. He broke you and he'll rebuild you, and that pisses you the fuck off. Fuck out of here with your shit. I call in and I fucking tell it like it is. I give you the fucking blueprint of what white people are doing to you and what politicians are doing to you. And you're like, oh, that's not what it is, because you don't fucking like it. You know what? Fuck you then. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep failing. I don't give a fuck. I don't have to be on the phone fucking talking to you. I can go back to my white fucking neighborhood, my white fucking family, and enjoy my fucking white life. So fuck you. Telling me I'm spinning like a top. Fuck out of here. I'm out of fucking breath. I need some exercise. Anyway, don't speak on Malcolm X. Give me a fucking break. I know more about Malcolm X than 90% of this fucking chat room does. And let me tell you something about him. He was a fucking con artist. I liked him. He was sophisticated. He was intelligent. He was a self-starter. He grabbed his bootstraps and built his life up by himself. I give him that. But he was a fucking con artist. The whole fucking time, he was calling white people the devil. He was having white people help him in the Nation of Islam. He was working with the fucking agents. Fuck out of here. And then he goes, oh, I went to Mecca and had an epiphany, and I came back to America, and I saw white people with blue eyes and blonde hair praying in Mecca. And I was like, no, you knew since the beginning of time when you were born that white people weren't all evil. But he had to spin it because he needed your black asses to keep following him. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Anyway, what's your next question, Honcho, if I fucking die of a fucking heart attack over here?
Yeah, don't die, don't. We definitely don't need that on the deadline. That would be a first, and that would be the worst. But here's the deal. This is what we're gonna do, John. We are a little bit past the 10-minute mark, but that was very energetic.
You don't say.
But yeah, so we're gonna get a couple more calls in. But no, definitely, very interesting perspective. And when it comes to the politics, I cannot disagree.
Yeah, Martin Luther King was a real fucking man. That man went into the streets of Selma, the down south. He went into the fucking belly of the beast, and he fucking went straight to their fucking face. He took fucking dogs. He took fucking people hitting him with fucking water hoses, people hitting him with fucking sticks. That was a real fucking man. Malcolm X sitting in the middle of fucking Harlem in a room full of black people in a black neighborhood talking about the white man's the devil and we should segregate. Yeah, he was real fucking tough. Get the fuck out of here. Well, Malcolm X is half the fucking man Martin Luther King will ever be. That man said, fuck you to the white man. Malcolm X said, oh, well, it's okay if we segregate because we want to segregate, but it's bad if the white man wants to segregate because they're forcing us. Fuck you. The KKK was paying the Nation of Islam to say that shit. Wake the fuck up. It's not racist if a black guy tells you to segregate, but it's racist if a white guy tells you to segregate. Wake the fuck up. They played you. They took your fucking money. Those black guys are all pro-black in the Nation of Islam, but all their fucking wives are light-skinned. But it's a man's seed that counts for what the child is. You know why? So the black man can go out and fuck whatever race he wants while you gotta sit home and wait for his dirty dick black ass to come back home to you. Wake the fuck up. Nation of Islam ain't shit. They were started by a fucking white man. Fuck out of here, Malcolm X. I love Malcolm X. But you know what? Yeah, I have a love-hate relationship, just like I have with Donald Trump. Malcolm X and Donald Trump are my two favorite politicians. And I'll call them both out when they fuck up. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Sick and tired of this shit. Yeah, segregation was good for blacks, so go segregate, Shelley Long. Go. Ooh. Anyway, I'm sure someone will call in and tell me how I'm wrong, and I can't understand anything about black people, but black people understand anything about white people. Go for it. I just want you to know, all 49 of y'all ain't shit that are watching right now. But anyway, So anyway, if you really want to know what you got to do, you got to just fucking be a good person, okay? And if George Floyd had a white girlfriend, God bless him because he had a bigger heart than most of us. Good night.
Good night, Mr. John. Appreciate the call, sir. This is going to be a very interesting night, and it started off. Probably couldn't start off any better. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Hey, it's Belle. I'm going to make it quick. I just wanted to put a condolence in for the Floyd family.
Okay. Okay.
And I didn't see what happened with the cops, so I'm not making one comment, anything on that. But the rioting, it's just such shameful behavior to think that it's okay because somebody's died and to use their name to be not, to go to do more things against the law. It's just wrong. You know, this is not a Karen moment. This is bad behavior by human beings, not just black. There was white in there too. There were Hispanics in there too. I saw a few. It's bad behavior. And to justify that by a person's death is absolutely shameful. And that's about all I got to say.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's a bit. Well, I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts with us this evening, Miss Bell.
All right. I'm sure this is going to be a lightning topic for everybody, so I'm just going to sit back and let everybody vent what they need to vent.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you calling. The bell has run, classes in session, and you have a good evening.
Actually, tell Heidi there was a Hispanic. If you go back and look at that footage, I saw it. And also, all that footage can be used against all those perpetrators for being arrested for larceny and grand larceny charges.
Yeah.
So, you know, even though the guy was there, you know, just watching him be a bystander, this has actually become part of the crime scene.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
and that's pretty much it. I'm leaving plenty of room for other people because it seems like there's going to be a lot of venting tonight.
Okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Miss Bell.
All right, good night.
Good night, Joe. Good evening. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
As a pod Frost here.
Hey, Frost, what's going on, man? How you doing this evening, sir?
I'm good. Okay. Yeah, I pretty much figured I had to call. I pretty much figured I had to call in because I had some thoughts on this. And that John, and pretty much in that John character who's normally always the first caller here, was the first caller here. I will, of course, at first I do admit he did actually have some legit points, and it's really easy to say that he has a very strong opinion about himself and also the things he says, but I mean, like I said, to me it's like half and half. On one hand, he clearly knows. On one hand, I'm glad he's strong about his opinion, but on the other hand, he's kind of an asshole.
Okay. John is an asshole. But what are your thoughts though, as far as with what happened with George and kind of the response that's been going on to this whole situation?
Well, first I'll start off as saying is, like I said, look, I know people are mad and stuff, but the whole rioting and looting Target, that's not the way to go. That's not exactly the good way to go about this. I know you're mad, but like they always say, two wrongs don't make a right. And as far as George goes, the man who got shot, I pretty much gotta say this is a fucking injustice, and it's not right.
And I agree that I feel like they're and again, looking at it for what it is, the incident itself, not necessarily comparing it with everything else that is going on these days, and the timing is so odd, but. When you put a face on it, when you put a name on it, when it's not just numbers and statistics, you look at things differently when you actually see what took place. And I guess maybe it's kind of fucked up because you see it happening as it happens, as the man loses life. So I think that's why maybe this one just resonates differently with people. But do you feel like there will be any kind of resolution or charges or anything like that for the officers who were involved in this?
In a perfect justly world, yes. In a perfect justly world, yes. Like I said, but in this, like I said, but in this current, like I said, but in this world we've been living in, but in this current society we've been living in all these years, but in this current society that we've been living in all these years, plus knowing the fact that they're cops, and plus remember what happened to Rodney King. Then no, of course these cops are gonna, I have a feeling these cops are always gonna get off easy. If I was a judge and it was up to me, like I said, screw jail. When I would personally order them, I would order those cops to get. If I was a judge, I would personally order those cops to get a colonoscopy without anesthesia.
Okay, damn.
Yeah, besides, really, like I said, it's injustice, but at the same time, I'm not surprised because there's no justice in this world. It's all a sham. And there are pretty much many examples, for example, like years ago, like I said, an elementary school full of innocent little children, get shot, get shot up, and the guy got away with it. Why? Because he's white. And here's another example. A church full of innocent people get shot up. The guy got away with it. Why? Because he's white. Why? Because he's white. But meanwhile, on the other hand, someone who looks like me, I could just be walking down the street minding my own. I can't even walk down the street minding my own business because I got to worry about the possibility of getting a bullet in my ass for no reason.
Okay. Do you think things are going to change? Do you think this is going to bring enough attention to these type of situations that something's going to change? Or do you expect to continue to see things like this happening?
Me personally, I always try to see myself as like one of those hopeful believers. Like I try to be one of those type of people where like, seeing how bad things are really makes me hopeful that things are going to get better in the future. But this is one of those type of things where it seems like no hope because basically no matter how you try to change it, it just doesn't work. It's just gonna happen with everybody. Happened to Dr. King, that's thing. Happened to like I said, pretty much whether it's the white man, either one of our own, it's just gonna keep happening. Happened with Dr. King, happened with Malcolm X, happened with JFK. It just goes on. It just goes on and on and on and on and on. And look, I tried, like I said, but look, my whole thing is, I really don't have anything against people of that other colors, because I actually know some well-respected people like that. But it's just shit like this that really makes it hard for me to not say the things I do, really not say things like, for me to really not to say things like I said, like these white folks around here for all these years, they don't know how good they got it, because you don't know exactly, because I keep telling white folks, you don't know what it's like to be, of course, look, I know they go through stuff as well, but here's the thing, you don't know what it's like to be whipped, you don't know what it's like to be beaten, you don't know what it's like to be beaten with an inch in your life, you don't know what it's like to have dogs sit on you, dogs sit on you, you don't know what it's doing, dogs sit on you, you don't know what it's like to have horrible things happen right in front of your own children.
Well, there's definitely a terrible history behind a lot of the things that have gone on, and I mean, there's definitely a lot of bad that's still going on. Who do you think has more power to change this situation? Do you think it's the people, or do you think it's the government? So when I'm thinking the government, I'm talking about the politicians / law enforcement, policies of that nature. Like where is change going to come from?
Well, as far as change goes, change goes, it's pretty much has to be a balance between the officers and the government. The officers have to pretty much take the initiative to that. If you're not, if you clearly see if you're arresting somebody and they're not resistant, then don't shoot them. And also I think pretty much the only thing the government needs to step in is that if they like I said, because there's also a lot of cases where you see people that they have clear video, they be having clear video footage of some of the people they're arresting. They're not doing anything. They're compliant. I said they're complying and everything, but yet they still end up with a bullet in their ass. But you see, the government needs to take measures like if there is video footage of the police killing innocent men, they will be fired and prosecuted right on the spot. And that's pretty much some of the things I could think of to decrease the situations. Yes, I know there are some crazy people out there that you have to use lethal force, but unless they are actually unless they're actually threatening for your life, unless they're actually threatening their life, it's no reason to reach for the gun, because all you're gonna do is stir up more controversy. And pretty much on top of that, like I said earlier, I don't really support this whole, these whole people looting the Target and stuff. But this is pretty much a prime example of maybe if you don't do certain things, that people won't react a certain way.
Okay. Well, I can see it. Sometimes people feel pent up and they don't know what to do with their anger, and they just react. They don't necessarily respond to the situation; they just react. And I think that's what you got. You got a lot of people here just reacting, but I think reactions get you more negative than positive. I think in the long term, I think you got to take your time to realize and figure some things out. But we'll see what happens out of this. We'll see if there will be any change. A lot of people have chimed in, and celebrities, putting their voices out there. We've heard that before. But we'll see if anything changes. So I think this will be a very interesting. Anything else that's on your mind there, Mr. Frost?
Like I said, just a couple more points, and you can get just a couple more points, and you'll get to like other callers. Pretty much one of the few points are like I said, for the longest time I've never really trusted the police. I've never really trusted the police anyway, because like I said, there is no justice, especially for people like me. It's all a sham. Serve and protect. They say the police are supposed to serve and protect. That's bullshit. I think a more accurate term would be like a more accurate term, instead of serve and protect, it should be called murder at convenience with color. Yeah, thanks for the call. Thanks for the call, Punch. That's it. I'll call again sometime.
All right, this is Ben Frost, man. I appreciate the call, man.
All right.
All right, you have a good evening.
All right, see you.
All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
What up, guys, man?
Nice, man. What's the motherfucking deal, man? What's on your mind, man? How you feeling about this this situation with George Floyd?
Hold on, let me just pause this thing real quick. It's pretty sad to see, bro, but I mean, I think people got it wrong where they expect like government to solve the issue. Because ultimately, I heard you mention something about like what should we do? Should we help like cops get more training, whatever? But these people don't blatantly come out and say they're racist. You know what I'm saying? They don't go to a job and tell you how much they hate a certain color or a certain race. And what happens is in any altercation, whatever is in your heart, bro, and you get angry, it's gonna come out. I mean, think about a regular argument with your lady, right? At the end of the day, anything that you've been holding back, anything that's been bubbling at you, in that moment of anger, it's gonna come out. You know what I'm saying? So the word says that from your heart, basically your lips speak, right? So whatever's in your heart, that's what's gonna come out. So what you're seeing out there is truly what is in these people's heart, and ain't no government, ain't no political leader gonna change that. I hate the fact that people pretend like minorities have been dying under Trump's watch. Like hasn't been going for years. I mean, think about this nation. Look at how it ended up getting developed, because those people were being oppressed, right? Those people were being religiously persecuted, and they decided, nah, we're not gonna be with that. So let's go over here and persecute some of our own and claim this land for ourselves. And and then we're pretty much right back into that cycle, right? Like, racism, bro, is not a new thing with the United States. Like, that thing it's still going on. It doesn't just go on in the United States. It goes on everywhere. It's just right now you see it in places of authority, whereas before you might have seen it with someone who wasn't an officer, right? You might have just seen it with a neighbor who happens to shoot somebody down the street because they think this man might rob them or something, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas now you're seeing someone in authority doing it, and at the end of the day, it's causing division. And I don't know, man. I'm a spiritual person, so I don't just look at flesh, man. I look at what's behind that flesh, like what's truly controlling that narrative, what's truly controlling that individual. And it's always been division, bro. I mean, the scripture tells you, bro, like a divided house will fall, bro. Anytime you have a house that's divided, it's gonna fall. So when it's the most powerful nation in the world, bro, you think the enemy just gonna sit back and just watch the nation just try to flourish? Like, nah, man, I'm finna attack it any way I can. And this is currently the state that we're in, man. This is the avenue that I feel like they're attacking, and it's sad to see, bro, because it's so many people, man. It's so many people that, like, it gets to the point where you can't even remember the names anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's not just like one off here. Like, it's to the point where, like, I can't tell you everybody that's died in the last couple of years, man. I can tell you here and there, the ones that I guess people protested more about, and made it known more. But yeah, man, I mean, that definitely was crazy. And most ironic, I was actually listening to something after that, after watching, the video of the dude just sitting there on the man's neck. And basically it was another crime episode about somebody else who had, ironically enough, another African American who basically that had said he was a student in high school, and basically they found him dead in between the tarps, and they were trying to portray. Yeah, you remember that? Okay, yeah. So they were trying to portray that the dude was reaching from the top to get his shoes. I'm like, bro, ain't nobody in their fucking right mind. Nobody in their fucking right mind is going on top of a car trying to squeeze themselves anyway. But anyways, man, so they were explaining how rare it is to be asphyxiated, by not being in the right position to breathe. And, obviously this is one of those cases, with this guy, you stepping on his freaking, you have your knee against his breathing pipe, and the dude's literally telling you, bro, like, I don't feel right. And people still, I mean, I'm with you on the whole recording thing. Like, I don't think I could just stand there and record, bro. Like, I might have got shot, I might have got arrested, because this shit was going down in front of me. I don't know if you saw something, but Denzel Washington, maybe a week or two ago, had a similar thing where they were going to arrest this young man, and they were actually going to use a deadly weapon, and he happened to be around there. Yeah. And they're on Facebook, they were showing how Denzel walked up to the officers and basically said, look, this dude's just hungry, and, he just needs something to eat. So apparently Denzel bought him something to eat, and then they peacefully arrested him for everything else he had done. Yeah. But, it's that type of action, like, bro, like, you can't just be brave with your words. Like, we don't live in that era anymore, bro. You got to put, like, action to it. As far as the looting thing, like, this is where we at right now, right? Like, the reason why they're looting, the reason why certain people feel like this is the only way that they can be heard is because obviously, bro, when they're protesting, like, it's not getting to the places where it needs to get, right? And that's my problem with Obama. Like, look, I voted for Obama because I honestly believe the bullshit that he really was going to make a change, bro. I really, like, fed into that shit. And then when I started to really look into everything that was going on, like, the dude ain't never even helped his own city, bro. Chicago still to this motherfucking day is one of the most, like, deaths in the freaking year, bro. They got the most deaths, you know what I'm saying? So per capita. So What did this man do for his own city? Even when he was president, did he ever go back and help Chicago in any major way? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, that's the kind of why I'm like a supporter of Trump, because at least the dude got his own money, and you can't control him in that type of way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now I ain't gonna lie, the dude sometimes like will say whatever comes to mind and doesn't have any filter, and I think but see, that's, to me, that's what everybody, right? Like, everybody who gets angry is going to come out. But as far as everyone saying that he's the one who finally brought division to the United States, now, if anything, he exposed that shit, right? Like, he let it be known, like, yo, this is really what's going on in America. And that to me is what's really, really crazy with everything that's going on, bro, because this shit ain't nothing new, man. We've been in this type of era. It's just that, you know, now it's like in a level of authority where it's the officers now doing it. But you can't tell me that this is something brand new that's been happening. It's just now it's the cops doing it. And ultimately, unless someone says, okay, if somebody from your department happens to get, you know, to do this crime, you're the one that's in charge of training so and so. So if they're going down with charges, you're going down for charges as well, because your responsibility is to be able to train and distinguish who can, you know, take on this type of duty. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but they don't just take physical tests, right? They take mental tests. Like, they should be able to distinguish, like, yeah. So, like, I mean, they're way advanced. Like, back in the day, they might have had an excuse, but you going to tell me that you can't really, really get a doctor in there to say this dude probably, I mean, they do it for jury duty, right? Apparently they can distinguish who's right to serve for jury duty. You tell me you can't do that for officers as well? Like, it's bullshit, bro. The real reason is nobody want to be a fucking cop, bro. Because nobody believes in it. Nobody believes in it, right? So the righteous people who will probably be great cops don't want to be no damn cops. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to get their hands dirty with this shit because we know how corrupt it is. Everybody knows how corrupt it is. You know what I'm saying? That's why I feel like Obama maybe really did have, he probably did feel like he wanted to make a change. And when he got to the damn thing, he was like, fuck, I ain't going to be able to make shit. Because guess what? It ain't you running it. You know what I'm saying? It's these damn Soros and these motherfuckers behind the scenes trying to control the whole damn thing. So at the end of the day, this is how I see it. I'm going to depend on one thing, bro. And that's God. That's my source right there. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to trust on him protecting me at the end of the day. And I know one thing, right? Money right now, they run the world, right? So in order for me to get money, I need to be successful. So I need to be looking at ways for me to be successful, because at the end of the day, I've lived in great gated communities, bro. And I had a neighbor one time. He had just moved in, African American, coming from London, with an accident and everything. The dude literally was jogging one day, and one of the security guards that come in our neighborhood literally ran up to him, man, and thought that he was trespassing, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, that to me is racist, right? Mm-hmm. But once he found out who the dude was and all the doctors he had, bro, that dude was literally telling that man good morning every day, man. Every day. You know what I'm saying? So, like, apparently money seems to give these people some type of respect. I mean, look at the Denzel Washington. They allowed Denzel Washington to come in there and make a difference, right? Mm-hmm. So in order for you to sit at the table, you gotta pay the fee. You gotta pay the toll. What do they say? It costs to be the boss. Yes, well, it costs to be the boss, bro. So guess what? You gotta find a way to get that, bro. To get what God has got for you, instead of worrying about everything else, and let Him do everything else. But don't get me wrong. There's still people with hatred. There's still people with agenda. But at the end of the day, my prayer is that, bro, that I don't find myself in that situation. But I'll tell you what, I definitely wouldn't have been that guy trying to record, bro. There's no way I just sit there telling the guy, hey, he can't breathe. Like, I probably would have been like, hey, take my phone. And I would have been like, hey, bro, look, I'll help you get him in the car. I'll help you make sure that the boy don't run. But let's get him up, man, because this man can't breathe. I mean, do something, bro. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, that's myself.
All right. That's a bit. Appreciate the call to ask, Mel.
No problem.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I believe you have to have faith in something, man. Whatever it may be. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening? Hello. Mic check 1 2 1 2. these are the breaks. All right. Whoever it is, I apologize. Call back. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening? Did I break the deadline? Did I do something? Have I violated the deadline? Am I tripping? Hello. Let me find out Asma broke the deadline, man. Can't get no more calls now. Let me double check what you got going on over here. Asma, tapping to my shit. I don't know. Testing. 1, 2. Anybody there? Let me see. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening? And obviously, it is now an issue. Oh, well. I figured out what the problem was. All right, so. Hello.
Hello?
Hello. How are we doing this evening? I apologize. And I apologize for the prior 2 calls whom I hung up on. I will make sure to get both of you before we end the show this evening. What's the motherfucking deal? Who is this calling in?
You know who the fuck this is.
I don't know who this is. You know, it's just it's. Well,
hello, damn people. How are y'all?
Hey, Rashida, how you doing? All right, that was my impersonation of the den people sending their love back to you.
Ray. Hey, lady. Hey,
So, Miss Rashida.
Anybody else I missed? I didn't mean to dish. So.
Well, now we still in lines. Wow. So my thoughts on this, Miss Rashida.
People topics, so we doing it. We both steal it.
Whose topics do I steal?
Everybody. And you don't give them credit.
Okay. Actually, there are a few suggested topics that I have not used yet. But I will make sure.
And you won't get them credit for it.
Yes,
let's move along. Honcho, the topic.
Says the person who can't set aside man sandwich. But what are your thoughts on
You never even told me what kind of sandwich you wanted. So how you expect somebody to make you a sandwich and you ain't never tell me what you
I told you that I wanted the chef special.
You gonna get bologna. Stale bologna.
Yeah, it sounds like bologna.
Healthy.
Oh, I'm with the healthy kick. I'm definitely with the healthy kick. So I'm with that.
So you want a veggie sandwich?
Yeah.
No meat.
Yeah, that'll work. I mean, that's preferably. But your thoughts though on George Floyd and what happened in Minneapolis? You know, what do you feel about this?
I feel like it was a disgrace. It was murder. And I feel like anybody that defend that shit is going to trash that person. Period. You gonna defend a motherfucker putting they damn what he put on his knee on his neck?
Yes.
Come on now, the rest of them hold him down. Come on now. That wasn't nothing but how to kill a nigga 101. Because anybody that values a person's life would not sit up there and do that. They didn't have no value for that man's life. They wouldn't have did a dog like that. Matter of fact, if it was a dog, people would have been more outraged than they are now.
You feel that way?
Let there be a video of the damn police doing to a dog what they did to that nigga. Please. I don't need to see no more evidence, no more video. Because the fact that they was fired, they weren't put on the administrative leave. They were fired.
Yeah.
Meaning, an investigation determined they ass was negligent or they didn't follow the proper policies and procedures. Because a lot of times the police unions are very strong, so that's why they put them on the administrative leave instead of just straight out firing. But for them to fire them like that, all four of them, come on now. And then motherfuckers act like they got to be a CSI investigator. Well, I'm gonna wait on all the evidence to come in. The fucking determination has been made by the people that have the evidence. Your services are not even needed. I don't understand people saying. What is your perspective from offer to the situation? This man is gone. Dead. He ain't coming back.
Correct.
You can't say, oh, they was a rookie. If you a damn rookie, then you don't step into the situation like that. You let one of the more experienced officers show you how to handle the situation properly. And if he was a rookie, I'm sure there was somebody out there with more experience than him that should have told him that's not the proper way that you should do a suspect. You don't think they went through training to learn how to do criminal? Because everybody's not gonna just cooperate. I'm here to arrest you. Okay, here, officer, arrest me. Come on, man. You gotta expect some element of resistance sometimes. That's part of your job. And for people to say resisting arrest leads to consequences that could include your death, it's got to be the stupidest shit I ever heard. And that's what's fucking wrong with this country. You think that resisting arrest equals death. I mean, the punishment should be death. That's what criminal charges are for. You add those criminal charges to whatever charges you're arresting them for. You add the charge of resisting arrest. God damn it. I'm so fed up with this fucking shit, I don't know what to do. And yes, goddamn it, if they was gonna ride up here at my Walmart, I'd have been up there to hell yeah, pushing me a 52-inch out, 55-inch. No, I'm gonna give you a fucking 60-inch out there, motherfucker. Yes, I am.
Yeah, if you're gonna take the risk, you might as well go all the way. I mean, you might as well, go big or go home, or eventually go to jail.
Exactly. They give me some damn movies too. Nah, I'm gonna wear my mask. You don't be that stupid because they got video.
Mm-hmm. So.
And you cover up your license plate too.
So what do you think is the solution to?
I'm just playing about the movie part though. I don't get involved in shit like that. Even when we won the championship in the '90s for the Bulls, I didn't participate in that shit. But they told fucking a lot of them stores up, and some of them would never come back.
And that's what I'm saying, and that's the crazy part about it. Because, like I say, especially if you're doing this stuff in your own neighborhood, you got a couple of things.
That's the dumb part.
Yeah,
the same store that you gonna need to come back to. You tearing it up. That shit too. But I don't understand why the police didn't shut the shit down. They know how to arrive on the scene to kill somebody, but they can't come stop and lose it.
But do you think we're wrong by labeling, generalizing all cops?
You need to speak up a little bit. What you say now?
I said, do you think that we're wrong by generalizing all police? For generalizing.
Generalizing what?
Are we wrong for generalizing police, saying that this cop will do this, that, and the third, or is it just that being generalized? Do you think that there are actually good cops out there?
Yeah, I think there's good cops out there. Remember, I told you I used to work for the police department, Honcho, with the damn memory.
No, I remember that. Yeah. I just want to bring it up. That's
real nice, all races and everything. So, I told you, but before I started working, I did have a bad perspective on police because of what I saw in my area. Mm-hmm. They were harassing people. And then the shit I would see on TV, all the different killings and all the different shootings and shit. Yeah,
So, well, one, like I said, the reason I ain't saying that because I was trying to keep your business on the low. I know you said it, but
now I take it more on a case by case basis. I don't lump them all together no more.
Okay.
Like the same way they should do black people, they should take it on a case by case basis. Instead of just judging him as some drunk, inebriated nigga that that ain't nobody gonna miss.
Do you think it's hard
Now,
to?
now I feel like when they had that man down, he was thinking, well, if he do die, who gonna miss?
That's what you feel like he thought?
It ain't nothing gonna happen. And the department ain't gonna do nothing to me. Look at the history. I got backup. So hey, I got the other 3 stooges up here with me. All of them fucking idiots.
Okay. Do you think ultimately charges will be
When that
pressed?
man said, hold on, I'm gonna let you ask your question. When that man said, I can't breathe, that was time for y'all fucking idiots to get up off of him and throw his ass in the back of the car. You had him in fucking handcuffs. How much more to do you want? You want him, what you call it? He can't move. He already couldn't move. What you want him to do? Only thing he can do is talk and say he can't breathe and let you know. He let you know he can't breathe. Come on now. God damn.
Okay.
The shit just didn't make no sense to me. 4 officers on this man, and y'all got him in handcuffs, face down, which is, I guess that's part of y'all procedure, get him, get him down, whatever. And then you pick him up. You got to pick him up at some point, throw him in the car. You don't get him down to kill him, so the damn ambulance can come get him. I think they fucking want to be bothered with shit.
Wow. That's unfortunate, man.
You know what I don't know? I don't know is how big he was. Because I didn't even watch the take on it. I don't want to see no murder. I can't.
You said you
My son's already.
to feel how big he was?
Huh?
Is that what you said? See how big he was?
Yeah, how big was it? That's all.
Yeah, he was larger than the officer. Definitely a large man. I don't know his exact size, but like I say, he used to be a high school and college athlete. He went to A&M Kingsville, and he used to hoop out. He was like I say, he's originally from Houston, out this way. He used to play at Yates, and so you know it's crazy because he has it's a lot of people out here who are very sad about it. Who are familiar with it.
Of course.
And like I said, it seemed to me like he went up there. He was trying to get his life, on track. I don't think too much business was put out there, and that's rightfully so. But again, like I said, because his brother's an NBA ball player.
Arrested him on a suspicion of a crime. They don't even know if he committed the damn crime. You treated this man like garbage from the start. You treated him like he was not human. Period. That's one thing I did agree with John with what he said about how people don't value black men's life. You know what I'm saying? I agree with that to an extent. I value other black people's lives. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of other black people that value other people's lives.
Okay, very interesting. So, but would you agree with the point that he made about that there are black people who would harm another black person before? What? Why you want to talk about them? Why not?
Because I feel like that's for another man to confront him about all this shit he was saying. So I speak on what I speak on. But you can go and ask your question. I'll see if I want to answer it or not.
Well, I was going to ask whether you agree or not that there are people within the black community who would attack another black person faster than they would a white person, or probably would not even attack a white person, that they devalue their own kind more so than others.
That's in every community, though.
You think so?
Black on black crime, white on white crime.
No, but it's not.
Always commit crimes against their own race.
But no, I understand that, and I get that. But it's not necessarily the black on black aspect. I mean, a criminal's a criminal, and it kind of is what it is. But do you feel like within the black? I mean, we're just talking about perception, okay? So, do you feel like, and let's take the crime aspect out of it. Do you think that there are black people who devalue themselves because they're black, devalue their own community because they're black, and they put other races on a higher pedestal than their own?
Yeah. Yeah, I told you about the incidents I used to have that going through the checkout lines. You know what I'm saying? And the person in front of me got the greeting from the African American cashier and nice conversation. Hey, how you doing? Blah blah blah. But when it came to me, I ain't hear no count. Hello, how you doing? I ain't hear nothing. It happened twice recently. I ain't gonna say it happened twice recently. I can say that. Now, it could have been not a race thing, and it could have been a race thing. But my perception was it was definitely a race thing. So, I just call it how I see it.
No, Rashida, knowing you like I know you done set it off in that store a time or two, and you probably, your reputation precedes you. So they probably knew you when you was coming. She ain't want to say nothing to piss you off. But all jokes aside, we have gone a little bit past the 50. I just get to talking to Miss Rashida. I just enjoy it so much. I don't be paying attention to the time. But I know there are other couple of callers in line. I want to make sure I get to everybody, and especially those couple of folks I kind of missed over.
But maybe if you had stayed on the phone for damn near an hour, it'd be more time.
On the phone? Who was on the phone for an hour?
You almost to show monologue in the beginning.
There was a lot to talk about.
Well, I had a couple more points, and I don't feel like anybody else that was talking got interrupted. So,
well, what you need to do, this is what you need to do. You need to take those points, right, and make sure you have them written down. And you need to come join the rest of the den folk who know and love you in the Discord this evening.
No.
Why don't you come to? What's wrong with the Discord? Why don't you want to come to?
This part of it right here, as a black man and I'm a black woman, you gonna interrupt my call. But everybody else that wasn't black, you just let them talk long as they want.
See, now what we have here is a
right.
small sample size, okay? And
You right.
I probably am a racist. Yeah, I probably am. But
right.
still, the sample size does not account for the random
I've been trying
ability
to
to.
for 2 days, 3 days. I finally get in, and then you gonna try to tell me.
No, I mean,
I've been on the land before too.
Yes, but like I said, this is a very polarizing topic.
But when you know you only want to do the den for 2 hours, then I don't think you should talk for 45 minutes.
Man, I had to drop some hot fire on this topic.
Well, you know what? If that's how you feel, you know what? I ain't gonna call it this motherfucker no more.
No, you gonna call? You can come on, Rashida. You know I'll call you. You know I have absolutely no problem. I will call. I will call you.
Don't call me, and I won't call
I
you.
will do a day den. I will do a day den and call you randomly around lunchtime for no reason.
You don't call me. I'm blocking the deal number.
Goddamn. I got more numbers.
Well, I'm gonna let him take the rest of the calls since he act like my call so damn boring, but he let people ran on for hours and shit. Know what?
That is false.
It's all good. So I'm gonna listen and see what else these more important callers got to say.
Okay.
Y'all take care of this.
Well, thank you, Miss Rashida. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
What's going on, Honcho?
What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling in tonight?
This Maul.
Maul. Okay, Maul, what's on your mind this evening, sir?
Well, first of all, this for the first caller.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first off, bro, racism is ridiculous. Have we not forgot about Trayvon Martin, who was 17, or Tamir Rice, who was 12, who was shot by cops? And he said he was making excuses for the police. He's like, oh, well, they have to deal with criminals. I mean, but aren't they trained for that?
Mm.
This is what they're trained to do, correct?
Mm. Yeah, it's a job.
And as a white person, you can't call in and speak on a black leader. I don't care if it's Max, Martin Luther King, your opinion is irrelevant because you don't understand the struggle. You don't understand their point. I mean, and it's obvious you don't understand the point because of what you said. You're going to go back to your white life. You're going to go right back to your white life. You don't deal with racial profiling or having a friend getting shot in his car in front of his kid, or your people being enslaved or castrated and things like that. Every cop out there should have been arrested. Every cop out there. If me and 3 friends go out and do a crime, we all get arrested. All of us. We all get arrested. We don't get to go home and see our families. That's a crime. That's murder, bro. That's called murder. But you showed the epitome of how white people think. You said you just will go back to your white life. But we know this. We know this. They're not coming into bro. They're not coming into your hood killing 12-year-old kids over an airsoft gun. How many people in your neighborhood has been killed by cops? I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. How many kids in your neighborhood have been killed by cops? I doubt none. I doubt none in the suburban area. So you come on here and speak on a black issue that you can't relate to. You would never relate to it because you're not black. I don't care how you feel about it. I don't care if you got a black girlfriend, your best friend is black, because you know they like to say that. Oh, I'm not racist. Oh, I have a black best friend. That shit don't mean nothing. It don't mean it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. We seen that by the way you think, by what you said. You don't ever speak on a black leader, man.
So what was the thing that was most upsetting that the comments that was made about as far as black leaders?
What was that?
So what statement was most upsetting to you of what he said? You know, as far as black leaders.
All of them. He can't speak on his opinion of Malcolm X. How he feel about Malcolm X. That's how you feel about him. That doesn't make it true. That doesn't make it true. You don't know his fight. You don't know what he did for us as a people. That's a combined effort between what Malcolm X and Martin Luther King did. Abraham Lincoln didn't free the slaves. Progress was made. We not gonna forget about all the stuff that black people did before Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves? That's how white people think. You want to take credit for a fight that was already going on before you.
I'm just taking notes. He makes a very interesting point.
He signed a piece of paper. He signed a piece of paper that gave freedom. But what about all the black people that died before that? All the black brothers that were castrated in front of their kids, in front of their women. All the black people that wasn't slaves before all of that. You can't defend. It's not cops. It's not all cops. It's not all cops. It's a feeling of superiority. That's how white people think. They feel like how superior you have to how superior you think you are if you can look at a human being and say, "Oh, I'm gonna buy him," or "I'm gonna own him." What? Are you serious? But after all that looting and after all that killing, you're right. You go back to your white life.
Do you think progress has been made in this this country, say since let's say like the Rodney King incident to where we are now? Do you think progress has been made in this country?
Of course, progress is made. Of course, progress is made. Progress is made through all races. I'm not saying all white people are like that, but it's a majority of them. If I can rob a bank and I get caught and they give me probation, you're probably going to rob another bank. If you can kill a man and go home to your family, you're probably going to kill again. Zimmerman is still walking around. There is no repercussions for the actions. That's why it's still happening. There is no repercussions for the actions. It's going to continue to happen until you set an example.
Okay. Well, what kind of example do you think needs to be set in a situation like this?
That comes from all parties. That comes from all parties, man. That comes from every race. That comes from black people. We have to do better as a race. We're raiding stores, and some man is not going home to his family. That's totally out of line. Totally out of line. But we also have to understand that white people have to do their part. Asians have to do their part. Mexicans have to do their part. Racism is going to exist until we understand each other. Everybody's doing things to keep us separated. There's religion. There's religion that keeps us separated. There's political views that keeps us separated. There's all kinds of things that keeps us separated, so we won't understand each other's culture. We're a privilege. Racism is passed down generational. It's passed down generational. So if that kid is being passed down racism, if he doesn't understand the black culture, he's going to go with what his parents taught him. That's what we all do. We go with what they taught him. If we don't go out and seek that knowledge, then we're going to be fools. We have to seek our own knowledge. You have to make your own judgment on the person. You can't say, "Oh, well, I don't like this black person because he has dreads." That may be the nicest person you ever met. Or I don't like this white person because this white person did me bad. That white person may help you become better with every white person that you ever meet. We have to understand each other. We can't get on the phone like the first caller and make excuses and talk down on stuff that you don't understand. You would never understand that. You're not black. You can't do that. That is the problem. That is the fucking problem with white people. Well, exactly what he said. I'll just go back to my white life. Bro, we know it's a privilege being white in America. You hit the lottery when you were born. You have generational wealth. You have generational wealth. White people pass down money. Black people pass down knowledge. Or a struggle, or a hustle.
It's some questions I want to ask, but I want to keep this call in context. But I feel like we're going to be having some similar conversations. This one, maybe I don't want to say for the next few days, but definitely real soon. There's a couple of things that you said in this call that I kind of want to speak on, but I'd like to be able to speak on them a little bit more in detail. So if you're available in the near future, like I say, we'll be dropping something soon. I'd definitely like to hear your thoughts on some of the things I want to talk about. But I agree with you. I think that everybody does have to play their part if we are to come together and be successful. And again, this behavior right here.
And somebody in the chat asked me, well, why does the leader have to be black? I don't mean the leader of the U.S. I mean the leader of our community. Those young teens that you see running through Target, them little boys need guidance. Them little boys need guidance. he got on the phone and said something about Ice Cube. That is the only thing I agree with. It's the only thing I agree with. Ice Cube is at that age where you should not be teaching that, bro. You're supposed to be guiding these young men to make it to where you are. Make it to where you are to teach the younger ones that that's not the right way. How are we going to learn if we're holding each other back? We're not going to learn if we're holding each other back. Pass down that knowledge. Pass down your knowledge. What got you there and you stayed there, pass that down. There are no black leaders in the community.
No.
The black leaders that were good in the community, they died. Look at Nipsey. The ones that's teaching knowledge, they died.
Yeah, that's true. They don't stick around too long. And unfortunately, again, there'll be situations that are in our own hands, a lot of self-detriment, which is another topic for another day. Okay. But coming back to the George Floyd thing, Mr. Mal, is there anything else that's on your mind? Anything else that you'd like to speak on?
No, that's pretty much all I have to say. Okay. For this to stop happening, every culture needs to understand every culture. And the government has to do something so citizens can step in during an arrest without punishment. There's 4 police out there. A citizen should be able to walk up to their police, and now I'm not gonna say push him, just politely pick him up and say, "Hey, that man, this human being can't breathe." I don't care about the color of his skin, because that goes the same thing if a white man was down there. It goes the same thing if an Asian man was down there, if a Mexican man was down there. It doesn't matter about your race, bro. We are all human beings. We are all human beings. Teach each other, help each other. There's no way I would have stood by and let that happen. I would have gotten arrested. It's no way. We have to do better. We have to do better as a culture, as black people. But most of all, we have to do better as a human race and stop saying shit like I can go back to my white life. We all know it's a privilege to be white, though. You have to throw that in our face. Because, like I said, they're not killing people in your neighborhood. They're killing people in our neighborhood. So before you speak on Dr. King or Malcolm X, before you speak on them, go read on them a little bit. Teach your kids about them before you speak on them. Teach your mom about them. Teach your dad about them. Teach your friends about them. Because if you taught your friend probably going to teach somebody else about it. The next friend is probably going to teach somebody else about it. And then it's going to spread. And that's what happens to racism. It's going to alleviate, because now you're starting to understand our culture.
I definitely absolutely agree with you on that. I agree. The only way, racism is basically ignorance.
That's just the problem with them. That's the problem with them. That is the problem with them. They want to cast judgment without knowing the facts. They want to cast judgment without knowing the facts. Oh, well, I don't like that Malcolm X did this little one thing, so I think he's a bad person. But what about all the good things he did? Just like you said, when he came back from Islam, he brought people together. But before he went, he was asking for segregation. That's change. That's growth of a man. He went out there and changed. He grew. That's called progression. So when he came back, I'm teaching my people the wrong thing. We shouldn't segregate. Let's bring it together. Because if you understand me more, you understand what I'm fighting for. You understand my message. You understand what I'm trying to push to my people. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was asking him. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told him that black people and white people cannot exist in the same setting. So when he came back from Islam, he said, "Well, I don't agree with that. That's unity. That's just unifying people. That's how How you disagree with unifying people, bro? That's unifying the world in all colors, races, shapes. It doesn't matter. It wouldn't. We black people and Mexicans wouldn't call it a privilege to be white in America if y'all thought like that too. That's a superior way of thinking. They're calling, bro. They calling the police on us for barbecuing. They're calling them. If we move into a nice community, they call the police on us because they don't believe that we live there. Are you serious? This is 2020. It is 16 or 17-year-old millionaires. Did we not see the video of the white man lock the man inside the gated neighborhood while he was in the delivery truck at work and didn't want to let him out because he wanted to know where he was going? How full of yourself do you feel that you have to know where a black man is going in a gated community and you only own a house out there? You don't own the whole gated community. You don't own the whole community. You live out there. That man is working. While this man's crying in the stuff, trying to get out. This man is adamant, oh, where you going? I need to know where you're going. First of all, you're not a police. Who are you? Who are you? That's a superior way of thinking. If you guys get that superior way of thinking out of your head, maybe you would take the time and start to understand the culture of us. Understand the culture of a Mexican man. Understand the culture of an Asian man. Instead of casting judgment and doing, to be honest, white people are asking for segregation more than any other race because we can't go where they are. Every time we go where they are, it's a problem. If we go to Starbucks to use the bathroom, it's a problem. We get the police called on us. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You don't have an argument here. You don't have an argument here. You want to get in the chat and talk. But again, that's your superior way of thinking. That's what your parents taught you. We can't be mad at that because that's what you were taught. But as you get older, however old you are, as you get older, take the time and sit down with a black man, bro. Take the time and sit down with a Mexican man. Take the time and sit down with an Asian man. Understand his culture. Understand his plight. Understand where he's coming from. Stop painting the narrative that you guys always painting that every black man or every young black man or every Hispanic man is a criminal. I'm 35. I've never been to jail in my life. I don't know what a jail cell looks like. You've probably been to jail more than me. My record's probably cleaner than yours. But every time, bro, I seen a white man wrestle two cops. One of them was a woman, hit the woman, hit the dude, jumped in a police car, drove off in it, and didn't get shot. So we think that's fair? Because a black or a Mexican man would have got shot on spot. Before he got to that police car, he would have got shot on the spot. He would have got shot on the spot. But yeah, just like you said, but if he would have, that black man would have got shot on the spot, you just go back to your white life, right? Because it doesn't affect you. We understand that it doesn't affect you. That's why you would never understand it. This is a fight. This is a fight you shouldn't even be in because it's not affecting you. If you're not going to help the cause, don't speak on the cause. If you're not going to help it, don't speak on it. Unless you're going to enlighten all your white friends in your white life, that white life you said you're going to go back to, enlighten some of your friends in that white life. And while you're at it, enlighten yourself. Because that's an ignorant thought. That's an ignorant statement to say that. Well, I'll just go back to my white life. That shit's ignorant. We know you will go back to a pretty much a perfect living. Your plight is probably what? Opioids or something like that, cocaine, not a stereotype, it's fat. Because when opioids hit the suburbs, now it's a big problem. It's a big problem in the U.S. But when crack hit the U.S. and it was only in the black communities, it was fine. We didn't see all these commercials for crack and all this. We're not seeing that Philadelphia or Chicago or Louisiana has the highest murder rates. We're not seeing anything about that. We're not seeing anything about that. But as soon as something hits the suburbs, it's a problem. So before you speak on something, enlighten yourself and help the cause. If you're not racist as you claim, like you spoke on Ice Cube, speaking from his mansion, speaking that bullshit from his mansion. If you're not like that, then enlighten the people that surround you. Enlighten your race, because your race is like that, whether you like it or not. You may not be like that, but your race is like that. Your race has a superior way of thinking.
Interesting. It's a very interesting statement this evening. I don't like I said, because I wanted to let you speak, because like I said, you seem to feel passionate about this, and so I don't want to, because what I want to add is going to take the conversation in a completely left field way, so I don't want to do that. But I definitely want you to have the opportunity, to express yourself. Make sure.
Yeah, you can give somebody else the opportunity.
Okay.
But to everybody in the chat, it doesn't matter if you're black, white, Mexican, or Asian. We have to understand each other's cultures. We have to help each other. And for the black community, man, we have to be better.
Yeah.
We have to start teaching our kids better. We have to start teaching these young men that you see on this TV looting these stores. We have to teach them better. That's just ignorance. That's because they don't know. That's because nobody has taught them. Nobody has taught them, and that comes from the older black men, the male figures in their life. We have to teach them. We have to teach them. Yeah, we have to teach them that everybody can reach the same goal. Yeah, you as a black man, that goal may be harder to obtain than a white person, because your starting point is going to be way ahead of mine. But I can obtain it. I can reach that. But we have to teach our kids that. That comes from us. That doesn't come from trying to keep everybody divided. They're doing anything to keep us divided. It's not a coincidence that this happened during COVID. A black man dies by a white cop every time it's something going on. So the news can run with it.
I agree. Like I said, I think it's often interesting, the timing of a lot of these stories, and it's funny, especially as you see within the last couple of weeks. It seems like usually when these things happen, there's a string of related stories. Even though they may not be directly related, but it's similar stories. So I find that very interesting. I will agree with you on that.
Exactly, because because the U.S. is so strung out on race. They made everything so race that when we see it, we react to it. We react in the wrong way. Instead of looting all those stores and doing all that, all those people should get together and go downtown to your city hall. Go to your police station. Sit down with the chief. Nipsey them wasn't raiding stores. This boy was sitting down with the mayors and the governors and the police chiefs. If you want to excite change, bro, we have to do it the right way.
Correct.
We have to do it the right way. And that's not going to get us nowhere. We're going to be in 2 weeks. We're going to be right back to square one, and it's going to happen probably next month. They're going to shoot probably an 11-year-old boy an 11-year-old boy this time. You can't justify shooting a 12-year-old playing outside with an airsoft gun. You can't justify that.
No, you can't. In no way.
Trayvon Martin was 17. He was 17. We're talking about kids that haven't even started to live their life yet. They're not even given a chance to grow up. So before you get on the line and speak any kind of ignorance on a subject that's so sensitive, because we're not going to talk about race. We're going to talk about, this is people dying. This is people dying for no reason. This is men not making it back home to their kids. People like to say, "Oh, black men aren't good fathers." I'm an excellent father. I'm an excellent father. I'm probably father of the year right now. I'm an excellent father. But you have to realize, what about the ones that's not making it back home to their kids because of stuff like this? Or in Tamir Rice's case, what about the 12-year-old that his dad didn't even get the chance to raise him? Trayvon Martin was 17. His dad didn't even get the chance to raise him. So while they love to paint narratives like that, but they don't like to speak on stuff like that. We killed a 12-year-old guy, a 12-year-old boy. His mom and his dad, they would never get to raise that little boy. What about the guy that got shot in his car in front of his kid? Don't you think that's going to be damaging to his kid for the rest of their lives? So before we speak on stuff like that, we're not speaking on racism. We're talking about people's lives, man. Understand that. Before you make a ignorant comment and say you'll go back to your white light. Because I'm 35, bro. I haven't heard about too many white kids getting shot by police. I'm sorry. I can name you about 5 or 6 black ones, though. I can name you about 5 or 6 black ones that we know about. What about the ones we don't know about? Because things get hidden in the media as well.
This is true. This is true. There's a lot going on. Like I say, because I'm very tempted to want to take this conversation in a different direction, but I actually just really noticed that we've been on for about 30 minutes. So I'm gonna cut you short here, man. But there's definitely a conversation I'd like to pursue in the future. So stick around and call in the near future. We definitely have a conversation to finish having.
Okay, cool.
All right. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man. All right. We might take 1 or 2 more calls. And yes, I'm deliberately, because I already know how y'all get. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Yo, 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 yo. Hey, what's going on, Honcho? Hey, Honcho.
How you doing, Mr. Ken? How's life treating you, sir?
Life is beautiful. I'm telling you. Like, yeah. I'm working on some photos and watching your show on the TV and sipping some wine. And yeah.
Okay. Top
How
of the line
art
wine. I'm good. No complaints. Life is good. I mean, it's what you make. It's what you decide for it to be. Why did nobody told me the bot was not on? Y'all know I'll be forgetting shit. Well, I guess I have to look in the chat for that to be a thing. Real quick, Isley and Real Talk, appreciate the love. And becoming a member of Patreon Real Talk and Isley for the super chat. So what are you feeling about this situation with Mr. George that took place in Minnesota, and how do you feel about people and how they're responding to what happened?
Well, I mean, I feel I think that people are pretty much responding pretty much typically how they normally would respond. I mean, this isn't anything uh, new per se. Um, I just like to say that the video is definitely not cool. The video playing is not cool. Well, wait, the looting is not cool. Yeah, that's not cool. But the video in the looting video definitely has it has like black folks, white folks, black folks. It's different. It's just not all black people in the video. Even with the rioting, it's not all black people. It's different ethnicities, but it's more so the young people, the youth. The youth are fearless. The youth of today are definitely fearless. Even the youth from the yesteryears are fearless. They were fearless. You think about people who were in the Black Panthers and people who were doing like those sit-ins in restaurants and things where it was like whites only. Like they were like young kids. They were like 17 years old and 18, and they were young. Like the older people are in the house, are scared, and it's kind of the same way now. And that's where it's just such a disconnect and a divide within the black community, because you have situations like this happens. You have like people like, yo, like we tired of this shit, like yo, we gotta gang up, eye for an eye. Then you got some people, black folks, like, nah, you need to head to the voting booth. Voting's gonna solve it. Voting's gonna solve everything. Then you got some black people. It's like, no, we done came far enough. Let's go march and protest. You got some black people who's like, protesting enough, and it's a constant battle. And then and this is a battle amongst black people before you even get to white people. Like, this is the fighting amongst the black folk before you can even tackle white supremacy. So you ran out of energy before you even get to the white motherfucker, And so that's, very discouraging. But in order for this to keep happening like this, someone has to have been given the green light to do this. Like, don't think that this is just, like it's, whatever, you could just, harm them a little bit. No, this is, someone put a green light on for this to keep occurring. So I think that the way that the man was on top of the guy with his knee and his artery, basically. I mean, back when I first moved to New York, I used to work at a martial arts studio, and they used to do Krav Maga and all the other things. But that is a technique that that is used. That knee thingy it's used in the art of war, and so that's not just some let me just throw my knee anywhere on the guy to subdue him. No, that's an actual place on the body that can actually, take one out. So obviously he's been trained, so that's something that he knows. So I think it definitely was intentional. When the lady, I suspect it's the lady, Shelley, she said that I don't think that he really meant to kill him. Like, what a freaking insult to logic and common sense. Like, what a freaking insult to logic and common sense to say that you don't think that he meant to kill him.
Mr. Ken, I don't mean to cut you off. I I gotta pause it real quick. I gotta do two things actually. First, Mr. Real Talk, oblivious. I don't know why. I guess I was listening to Mr. Ken and thinking about some things. I appreciate the love. Look, man. I don't even know what to say at this. But I have no idea uh, what to say. Like at this point, besides thank you. I mean, sincerely appreciate y'all can thank Mr. Rio Talk for a bit of an extended end this evening, and that's the least I could do. And then I want to shout out to Mr. Man Up also yesterday because I didn't see until after the thing that you were trying to get your call in, and you had showed some love on stream, and I felt really bad that I missed your call, and so I'm gonna make sure. Hopefully, get a chance. If you want to call tonight, let me know. I'll make sure I get to your call. Mr. Real Talk just showed a whole lot of love to the den and donated $200 through Super Chat. So shout out to Mr. Real Talk if you missed it. Sincerely, thank you. And I appreciate it, sir. Thank you, sir. All right, and I apologize for cutting you off, Mr. Ken, but carry on.
Okay. Shout out to Mr. Rio Talk, I believe, for such a generous donation, especially during this time. That's very generous of a guy or a girl, who knows? Yeah. But anyways, yeah, Honcho. So, yeah, listen. So the way that guy was standing on top of the black guy, he had his hand in his pocket, so chill. I mean, his hand was in his pocket, and the left knee was applying pressure and the right leg was out. So when your body's in that position, you're applying pressure on the left side. So it looks like to me, oh, he's just, his knees on him. But I mean, you can look that. I mean, I did it today. I had someone push the back of my neck, and just to try to see how it feels. If I can't breathe or anything like that, and you literally can't breathe, with just a little bit of pressure, So I mean, I can only imagine how it feels to have 100-some pound dude, on top of your fucking neck. You know what I mean?
That could not be good.
No.
Could not be good.
I also think that these are descendants of, like I said, these are descendants of people who just not too long ago, would, look at the Amari guy that was basically chased down, as far as we know, allegedly chased down and shot the Amari guy, and the guy was on the back of the pickup truck with his gun. That is so reminiscent to back in the day. And, when you look at things like that, just not too long ago, they would get a man and attach him to the back of a truck and drag him down the street, and the chain gang would drag him to the tree and hang him and tie him up and hang him, and then they'll castrate him, and then they'll burn his body, and they'll do all of that all with a bunch of white people just standing around, pick a nigga, and I mean, it was a picture I saw with a little girl. She was a little black girl, and she was smiling at this burnt body, this burnt corpse hanging from the tree. She was smiling, and for a child to smile at something so gory like that, that is something of another breed of being to me. So that child grew up to be an adult. That child didn't, or those children didn't die, back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. They're adults now, or they're grandparents now, and they have children. And like the caller said, racism is not born when you're birthed. No, it comes down from generation to generation. So it's going to keep, there's nothing, racism is not a black people problem. It's a problem that they made, black people have, but, they created it. So, white people created racism. So it's up to them to, they birthed it, so they must kill it, and it's up to them to kill it because they're the ones in authority here in the United States. Now, black folks have work to do, obviously, but that's just like other, races have work to do because, we have our, sins and griefs, to bear, and they have theirs, whether theirs are, stealing from hedge funds and ours is stealing from Burger King, in the ghettos, or, some of ours could be stealing from the university, and theirs could be stealing from 7-Eleven. You know what I'm saying? So it could go both. You done seen a damn meth head, trailer park trash, white person, rob 7-Eleven, where they have most of the Indians be working there. Most of the Indians own 7-Eleven shit. Not Indians. Are they Indians? Yeah, Indians own 7-Eleven. So, yeah. I don't know. I just think that it's just so much division, like I said, earlier that they caused, with the voting, and then you have, the people protecting white people, and then you have someone bringing up black on black crime, and then you have, Sean King saying his thing. And then when Sean King says his thing, now they brought out an expose article about Sean King yesterday, I believe, about how he's been mishandling his funds and his company.
Yeah, and stealing money ain't mishandling shit. That motherfucker been stealing money from all these people, knowing that he has no intentions of getting it to where he says it's going to be. Fuck Sean King. Carry on, sir.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. There's just so much, shit thrown left and right. Like, we gotta duck and dodge left and right, to not get hit from the shit that we cause amongst ourselves and the shit that white folks cause. And for John, everything that John said, I disagree with absolutely most of it. But, he said what I knew the majority of white people felt. Like, not only white people, Asian people, African people, Indian people, shit, Native Americans, while you're talking.
So why do all these people feel this way about black Americans?
I'm sorry?
So why do all these people feel the same way?
Media. Media. One word, media. Some of that is what we cause on ourselves, and the majority of it is what the media puts out there and how they spin things. Like we said earlier in a conversation a couple of weeks ago that Africans they send their kids here with goals in mind to be either work in the medical field or law field or think to make money for their families, and for them not to bring home a black dude, a black nigga, a black woman home to marry because they are at the bottom of the barrel. They will leave you, the black men will leave you, they will leave you stranded with no help, no nothing, no child support, no anything, X, Y, and Z, X, Y, blah, 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 blah. Like, that is the thing. Asian community is the same thing. White community, it pretty much get you when you're rich, when you're a ball player, entertainer, or the trailer park trash motherfuckers, they get you. Typically the fat trailer park women, they get little skinny black men. I may be generalizing things a bit, but I'm not saying everyone. I'm just talking in general, but I'm not saying everyone. But I just think that and another thing, like, people are saying, like, how black people act, respectability politics, and this, that, and the third, and I'm sorry. Back to John. He said that about P-minded, small brain black people. That is what people think of us. Literally, small-minded. You know, we don't have respect for y'all. That's why y'all don't get no respect from us. You know, that is a thing. You know, and he said it. I thank John for saying that. You know, but his tone and the way that he said it, and it was very dismissive. And it was as if that he embodied those same feelings and emotions and things. And for that, you know, I don't, that is very typical in my world, and maybe other people's world. It's like the one own rule, like, oh, well, you know, I don't really like too much of your kind, but I really like you. You know, that is not a thing for me. If you don't respect my people, you know, as a, you know, or, you know, you don't respect me.
So let's talk about that for just a quick second. 'Cause I think I brought that up a bit yesterday, talking about, you know, you're not like the rest of them, or something along those lines. So what do you think that is? Do you think that is really just people who, oh, I don't really like them, but you know, you're a special magic blackie, or is it that people really are ignorant to what's going on, and they've had a chance to build a more intimate relationship in the sense of getting to know who you are, and so hey, maybe what I was thinking initially isn't what it is. This guy doesn't fit any of that, but yet I still have these beliefs. It's not cognitive dissonance. What is it? Anyway? That when you see something different what you normally believe, but you still hold on to those beliefs. But yet it still has to be true, because I've known this all my life, that the rest of the black folks have to be terrible people. But this guy, he's good, so I know he's a good black guy. But the rest of them have to be bad. So is it that kind of mentality, or is it, you know, are you a special blackie? What do you think it really is that's going on in situations like? Do you think that they intentionally mean to be like, I don't like, or are they just ignorant to what's really going on?
I think it's a mixture of both. I think that it's definitely ignorance for sure, and some it's intentional, you know. And it's, you know, if, oh, you're not like the rest, I'm the only one, you know. Like you said, when crime happens, it usually happens within your vicinity, you know. So the typical white person, you don't hear them having like a gang of black friends, you know, like friends that they talk to on the phone and shit, like that they come over, or the black dude is like their child godfather. If like, I don't know, do white people have like godmothers and gods? I don't know, but you know what I'm saying? That's not a thing. So typically when they engage with black people, it's in the general public, or it's at work, which is kind of the general public, you know. But in their intimate settings, it's their own people. And don't forget the people who think they're white, the Asians, the Indians, and even nowadays some Latin folks think they're white. So you can't exclude those. You know, the fake Jews.
I heard this real bad in Canada though. Like they say Latin people in Canada got that real bad.
They are?
They say the Latin people in Canada, they got that real bad.
They think they're white?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is a thing. Like that is definitely a thing. I just want to read something to you that I screenshotted. I'm sorry to get off subject, but I screenshotted this on IG, and it says, this is a woman from Russia, and she's, I'm not going to read the whole thing, I'm just going to read the beginning. This is 2020, I'm watching it from Russia. I'm a lady who lives in Russia. Why does racism still exist in the U.S.? We are 52 ethnicities in former Eastern Territory. We keep it cool and respectful amongst our groups. But in U.S. U.S. is something with the shootings, the racism, police brutality, obesity, number of prisoners, and on and on.
the country is supposed to represent so much glory and freedom in equal terms, but it doesn't seem that way. Why is it this way after all of these decades have passed? This is a lady from Russia, and that really struck a nerve to me. That you look at video footage of the shit that you're playing right here, and you could basically, if this was back in the 50s or the 60s, just exclude the color, take out the color, because back then it was black and white. Take out the color in the modern day cars and shit. It would look like something that of back in the day. Everything just keeps repeating itself. And things will not change because racism won't die. Because racism will die when white people die out. That's when it will die. White people will die out eventually. But that is when it will die out. It'll never die, because every time someone dies, and something like this that happened with this guy with the whole neck shit, that was black and white. They even came out with the footage of the beginning of how it started, of how it escalated from when he got out the car. They had the video footage of that, and the guy was not really resisting. He was putting up some type of strength, but it wasn't like we're pushing and all of that. It wasn't nothing like that, for you to be having your knee on my neck, So, and white people were still saying, you have people still saying, having remorse for the freaking cop. And, the guy in Central Park with the white woman with the dog, the white people are saying, oh, shame on that woman. She should not have done that to the dog. And if the dog okay, they're more concerned about the fucking dog than the damn person she called the cops on. You know what I'm saying? This is something embedded, and as I said, it'll never change. And I go back to John, I thank him for that. I just want to go over a couple of things really quick, just go really fast. The rioting shit that's going on now, I don't agree with that. I would rather for them to riot, to go into the neighborhood of the police officers and riot their neighborhoods. That is what me personally, if I was in charge of the riot committee, president of the riot committee, D. Kenneth O'Shea Fitzgerald, I would send them to the communities of those who was in action there, including that Asian man. He need to get his ass up to and harassed and terrorized. So if it was me, but I would not be rioting the businesses and things of that. If I was going to riot a business, I would go to their neighborhoods and riot their businesses. If I was one of the youth. See, I'm not one of the youth. See, someone like me, we're supposed to be used on the wisdom side, the side that is used, to come up with the plans and the strategies and this, that, and the third. The youth are the ones, they're fearless. I mean, I'm fearless too. I'm not afraid to die. You can put me in the front anyway, but I would rather for you to use my wisdom. But with the youth, they are the ones with the strength. They are the muscle, the gangs. They are the muscle that is needed to be out there if you want a real revolution. The old people are in the background. They pass on a little bit of knowledge that they have, or whatever. The people in the mid-age, 40s and 50s, they pushing paper. They do the paperwork and all of that shit. It's a system, with all the ages on how it, in my mind, how it would go. So no, I don't agree with the rioting, but I do agree with it in some sense if it was in different locations. Okay. Now, you can't blame the president for the event. I agree. You cannot blame the president. I fuck with Trump. But look. I fuck with a nigga. I'm going to call him a nigga because he's a nigga. I fuck with his nigga ass. I fuck with his brashness, if you will, with his just say, oh, you know what? You look, you just got out of school. You shouldn't even be reporting. Next, I fuck with shit like that. I fuck with it, but I don't agree with, of course, how he handles things, X, Y, Z, blah, 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 blah. But I fuck with him because I think it's all a joke anyway. I don't take the voting shit seriously. Y'all saying go to the voting booth, but black folks been voting since they fought for the option to vote. and we're still getting brutalized by the police, and we're still fighting. They just made it a law that it's something for lynching. Lynching is now capital punishment.
Oh,
Like this year, they just made that a law. They just made it a law in California that black people go wear their natural hair. You had to make a law that I could wear my natural hair to work? To work. A law. A law. You feel me? So this is in California. Natural hair, the hair that grows out of my head, that I can't control how it grows out of my head. And it's a law. You had to make a law in order for me to wear my natural hair to work. So, which tells you why back in the day, women had to get perms in their hair to conform because they couldn't get a job. That's which proves why California had to make a law for them to allow natural hair. But in reference to like solutions and shit, like I definitely feel like we need a police that polices the police, or something, some type of an organization that polices the police. I believe that we need harsher punishments for these officers. We need more training, longer training, more psychological evaluation. I believe that when these families are filing civil lawsuits, instead of the money coming out of the city and the taxpayers, it should come from the police department and those police officers who are involved from their pension and things. If it was to have harsher punishments that way, I believe that, it would be less offensive.
But does that not make the police a little bit too tentative? Because then they don't want to fuck around and unintentionally do something when maybe handling a more aggressive suspect. And now they're fearful that everything I've worked for, everything I've built up for, I could lose. So then maybe they're a little bit more.
But they're fearful for doing the job that they're supposed to do. That's my point. The job that they're supposed to do is to serve and protect. Now, when you roll up on a little kid, a 9-year-old boy who looks like a little 9-year-old boy with a toy gun, and you just open up your car door and you just shoot on him within seconds of opening your door without asking him any questions, Kemah Rice, that is not normal. That isn't normal. Little kid in the park playing with a little toy gun. So if you had more punishments in place, it should stop that. Now, if you're having more problems and scared of not doing this and doing that and the third, then you shouldn't be in the force. Because your job is to protect them. It's to de-escalate. You've seen video after video after video where these police officers are escalating situations. They aren't de-escalating. Now, I don't believe, and we shouldn't have to say all cops. We shouldn't have to keep repeating that all cops shit, But but it's not all cops. But silence. When you're silent, you're choosing a side as well. And when you have police officers that come out and speak, they're punished by their bosses and ousted by their fellow worker, people and shit. Like they have a documentary out now with the 9 police officers in New York City that are suing the NYPD, and they are like just, thrown away basically by the force, But yeah, I mean that's pretty much. I just feel like it'll always be a race thing here in the United States. People say, "Oh, why is it always a race thing?" Because the race thing here is America's greatest sin, and it has not been resolved. You just keep putting Band-Aids over it. Not even really Band-Aids, but you keep putting little things just to cover it up here and there, little patches here and there to cover it up, and it doesn't get resolved. So everything ends up being a race thing. No?
I can understand that. I can definitely understand that perspective. That so you feel like it needs to be something. I wouldn't call it maybe finite, but you feel like there needs to be a major addressing of the problem, like something on a nationwide scale.
Yeah, I definitely. Wait, this situation in particular?
I mean, just if you feel like there's a problem with this happening so often, do you feel like it should be addressed on a nationwide scale?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely should be addressed on next one. I actually think it should be a worldwide issue because the United States budgets head in other nations' business, and dictate how they should treat their citizens and this, that, and the third, and look at how they, the United States, treat their citizens. So I think it should be a national and international, if you will. That is what Malcolm X was shooting for before he was assassinated, for the international league, because he was meeting up with all of these world leaders across the world. They just couldn't believe how this man could have the power and the charisma, and the authority really to just meet up with all of these world leaders. So yeah, I mean, I think it should be addressed, but like I don't have any hope, honestly. I just think it's, like I said, everything is all written out, I believe, from the people above, the glass ceiling. And, yeah, I don't think it's going to pretty much change. I think it'll get worse before it'll get better.
Okay. All right, well, I have no further questions, sir. Anything else that's on your mind there?
It's been a pleasure.
Right.
Wait, I just want to say, wait.
Yeah.
One more thing.
Okay.
Over 80% of social distancing tickets were given to Black and Latin people here in New York City. 80%. And you see like so many videos and pictures of like police officers here in New York City giving face masks and hand sanitizer to white people in the park who are like not even practicing social distancing. Black people are 2.5 times more likely to be killed by the police than white.
Well,
I just wanted to throw those numbers out there. One of my old bosses, one of my first bosses that I used to work for here in New York, she was Brazilian. She was from Brazil. And she fired me. And she was like talking shit to me. And I'm like, bitch. I didn't say bitch. I was being respectful, but look, like, don't yell at me. I'm an adult. Let me gather my things and, leave me alone. And she just kept going on and on. So, I lash out, curse the motherfucker out, And she's like, if you yell at me, I got something for you. I'm going to call the police. How about that? She said that to me. Me. And just like the lady in the park, she said it to the black guy, I'm going to call the police and I'm going to tell them that I'm a white woman and a black guy is harassing me. They use it as a weapon, So, yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
Okay. Well, that's about it. Well, I appreciate you sharing that with us, Mr. Ken, and you continue sipping your wine and hopefully have a good evening, sir.
You too. Take care, man.
All right, thank you. I apologize, y'all. I got don't know what the fuck is in my eye. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening? And shout out to Marquise Newhouse. Appreciate the love. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Honcho.
Hello.
It's Rio Talk.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind, Mr. Real Talk? You got a pardon me. I'm jumping off the screen. I don't know what's in my eye. What's on your mind on this topic this evening, Mr. Real Talk?
First and foremost, I hate bad cops. I fucking despise them with a passion. And this is mainly because I was a military police officer for 7 fucking years. So I know how they're trained. So everything that cop did was wrong from start to finish. And every cop that stood there and watched him do it should all be freaking hemmed up all the same. Now, with that said, there's something I hate about America. And yes, I do mean I hate America for this. Name another country that separates by community.
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't been too far outside of the country, so I can't tell you from personal experience, but I don't know. I would assume, maybe what different cultures separated in various countries.
Like what I mean by that is, if you go to England and you walk up to a black person, will they tell you that they're African British? Or will they just tell you they're British?
Okay. No, I get exactly what you're saying now. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they would definitely, say they're British. And so, kind of how we do in America, we definitely add a label in front of American to identify.
Yeah. We are like one of the only countries that will separate by community like this, which is, to me, causes a lot of the issues. Because it's no longer, you're an American, you're this. So everyone gets separated.
That's a good point. Do you think that's a thing that people naturally are inclined to do, to kind of want to find differences within, maybe their group and another group as a way of, I don't know, maybe protection? Is it a natural thing from ancient times? Like, why do you think people are so? It seems like people are often active to separate themselves from other people.
Okay. So, if you want to go there, I mean, yeah, it goes back to ancient times. It really does. It goes all the way back to the Egyptians and the pharaohs and them separating their people from the slaves. Like, it goes back. But other countries have learned to embrace the others all as one. We still haven't. Can't hear you. Give me a second. So, we haven't embraced that everyone's an American. We have. Now, and if you think about it, white people, and yes, I'm a white guy. Just out of here, I'm a white guy. But white people are just American. If you're black, you're African American. If you're a Native American, you're a Native American. If you're Asian, you're Asian American. So we have yet to establish that everyone is just a fucking American.
Do you think it's ingrained in those groups now to feel kind of like they're distinguished for whatever their nationality or race may be? With African Americans, do you feel like it's too late to make American an all-inclusive term, or do you think people just have to start using it and maybe eventually everybody will embrace it?
We need to just start using it, and the next generation will start embracing it. Okay. And I can show you case in point. Look at homosexuality. A few years ago, and that would be like, oh God, you couldn't even talk about it.
Correct.
Now it's becoming one of the most normal things around.
Yeah. That's true.
So if Americans would just embrace that we're all fucking Americans, we would stop having this black community, white community, Asian community. We would just have communities, which would also stop the whole us versus them mentality. Which is what this boils down to.
I'd agree. So, like, do you think that when once, and I'm imagining, I'm trying to, I guess, envision it. Everybody's called Americans. We start embracing each other. So what happens when a situation occurs and then we do need to identify? Are we still supposed to be tentative with the terms, or should we just be, more blunt? Like, how do you handle a situation like that?
What do you mean?
Let's
White
say,
cop killed?
No, let's just say you have a criminal complaint, or you have a complaint on somebody, and they say, "Well, give me a description of this individual." How do you?
He's
okay.
Okay. So I was an MP for 7 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to know how I describe you, Honcho?
Mm-hmm. How would you do that?
A black male standing approximately 6 foot, long dark hair.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a white male standing about 5'6".
Mm-hmm.
That's my description.
Mm-hmm.
There is no, it was an African American. No, he's a black male. He is black, but he's a fucking American.
Okay. All right. That's what I think, and I can agree with you on that. Like I said, I could see it happening, and especially with the points you make about, like, with homosexuality. I'd say, what is this, the 2020s now? But it's been being embraced more so the last, few years. But you could say just as recently as the 90s, which is ancient to some people, there was no way you'd ever imagine, seeing something like. So yeah, I can see what you're saying about if we start applying it, the next generation will embrace it, and then maybe it becomes a thing. And I feel like, as a whole, people are more accepting. I think that as each generation goes by, that you have people who are embracing one another more. They're embracing differences and everything that comes with that. So I think that I definitely think that could work. But what do you feel like is appropriate response to what happened with these officers? I mean, they've been fired. Should there be legal action in this case?
Okay. So now you want to get into what should happen to these police officers.
Mm-hmm.
Their negligence caused the death of an individual.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Their negligence caused the death of an individual. They should serve jail or prison time, and they should also be held civically in a civil lawsuit.
So financially and actual criminal penalties should be.
Yeah.
So do you feel like all of them are play an equal role in it? Is the one officer who's kind of getting pictured, and even with some of the false Photoshop pictures getting floated around, is he more?
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was his name?
No. Every cop there is trained to de-escalate the situation, to protect themselves, to protect the individuals, and to protect others. And to step in if they see something wrong. So yes, if they stood there and watched it happen, they are just as responsible as the guy actually doing it.
Okay. All right, that's interesting. I don't know. I mean, any further thoughts, like I say, revolve around maybe this case or anything in relation to it?
I mean, this case is just like every other case like this.
Yeah.
If you watch the videos, and the other thing I do hate is you never get the full video. We never see from when the incident started We only get like near the middle to the end. We never get to see the full incident. But for what you can see, yeah, he was a little, I guess you could say, he wasn't perfectly listening to the officer, but he wasn't doing anything that was blatantly threatening to anyone.
Correct.
Which you, as a cop, you get that all the time. There's even a term for it.
What's the term?
Non-aggressive, non-compliant.
No.
Which means they're not doing anything. They're just not listening to me.
Mm-hmm.
Which, okay, so I have to get a little aggressive. But non-aggressive, non-compliant is not aggressive, non-compliant. There is a difference. There's a big difference. And after you have someone in handcuffs on the ground, you no longer have to apply pressure onto him, i.e. his neck or any other part of his body.
Yeah.
He is no longer a threat because he is face first on the ground with his hands behind his back. Now, you want to take the other incidences where cops shot people in the back who were running away. Again, you know what I think is funny?
What's that?
People forget that the Supreme Court ruled on that. Did you know that?
Which one that was
The Supreme Court has a ruling on shooting a person in the back. The ruling states that even if a person is armed, openly running away from the officer, there is no legal right to shoot them in the back. Because they are not threatening the officer or anyone else while running away. But we tend to forget this. We tend to act like it never happened.
Well, then, then you have these incidents that pop up, every now and then and kind of remind us. Do you think that America is more or less divided under Trump versus Obama, compared to Obama?
Okay. If you're are you asking me, is it worse now than when it was under Obama, or are you asking me, does it seem like people are more open about it now?
Let's say more open, because I think it is kind of. I mean, even though they say the FBI has this number of hate groups and all, I think it's still kind of hard to gauge an actual number of what. But I think you can kind of sense a feeling. So, do you sense that people are more open with it now than they were under Obama?
Yeah, they're more open with it now than when it was Obama. They're more open with it now than they were when it was freaking Bush or Bill Clinton or any other president. I mean, I'll put it this way. And I understand this is probably going to start a debate. I am not a Klan member. I have nothing to do with the Klan. I fucking despise them all. I want to burn them all. But even the Klan, when they first started, would hide their fucking face in public. Think about that.
Yeah.
Even when they started, way back when it was really okay, they still would hide their face in public.
Yeah.
But somehow we became more okay with it in public. How are we more okay with being racist in public than the fucking Klans members?
Do you think that people have different, maybe different definitions of racism or what racist is?
Yeah, they do. Everyone does. I mean, to me, racism is racism. But to someone else, you get them people that say, well, everyone's racist to a point. And because we accept that everyone's racist to a point, you get the, well, at what point is it no longer okay to be racist?
Yeah. When have you crossed the line?
Yeah, and that's the problem. What's the line?
It seems like it's a moving line sometimes.
It's a moving line?
That's what it seems like sometimes. It seems like what some things, I guess it depends on who did it and how much you like them is what it seems like these days.
Who did it, where it happened, and if they're liked. I'll give you that. But again, that comes down to the us versus them, which is the wrong mentality, which is the mentality that police officers get, which is, again, the wrong mentality.
Would you agree that it's almost like a cycle? Because this happens, the people get angry. Well, law enforcement, they get upset or maybe they get fearful, and then they get angry because they're being threatened, and it just another incident happens, and it just seems like a cycle sometimes. Do you think that's what's going on, or do you think it's something different?
Yeah, it's a cycle. It's a cycle, and it's I hate it. I hate to say it, but it's a cycle that Americans have accepted, and it's all it's to the point that we accept it as much as we accept school shootings. That when it happens, everyone gets upset. Everyone starts to rant. Everyone starts to rave. Congress people start to talk. A few weeks later, no one really cares. A few weeks later after that, no one really is talking about it. And then a month later, it happens all over again, and we start the whole process all over again. It's a cycle, and we're going to continue it until we actually decide to change. And no, it's not just, we need to train the police better. No, we have to change the entire society.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, and as much as I think, and I can understand, people not wanting to hear it, I think everybody has to, seek some kind of change, and then they have to be willing to do their part, because, one side could change, but that doesn't mean that the feelings of the other side has changed. And so, again, that same energy is being presented, things kind of go back to where they were, and then you still have these situations again. You can't expect it to be all on the people because, well, the people aren't professionals. And you can't expect it to be all on the laws. So even if they did change the way, you still have a lot of people who would take advantage of that. I mean, you just saw certain things. Just a brief example, like when what was going on in New York with when they were dumping water on all the cops and things like that, and they really weren't responding. So you'll have situations like people will push things as far as you let them. And so if like I say, if the meeting with the cops changes where they are not, I'm not saying go aggressive and shoot everybody, but if they know that they can get away with a lot more, they'll definitely push it a lot more. So I think that everybody has to kind of come to the table and want to do it, but then try to get an entire country of everybody to agree. Of course, that's not going to happen, but something has to change in a massive way, though.
And that's why I'm just like, if we just change a small thing, the whole African American, Asian, if we just change it to American, we just change it to that small change will have a big impact on the way people think. Because you are no longer.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it hung up there. Coming back, Mr. Real Talk. Like I said, we'll keep going for a little while. I'm not sure. I think it hung up. I don't know if that was on me or on the other end. I was reaching for it up, but it hung up. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
No, John. No. Bad white man. Where's my newspapers? You need a whooping on the nose. You cannot tell these niggas the truth in the house. Go outside, John. Now. Can't tell niggas the truth in the house. That's bad. Anyway, since y'all didn't take it from John, maybe y'all will take it from a young black man with dreads that, believes in the Kemetic science and the faith and believes in Pan-Africanism. So you can't say I'm an Uncle-time racist nigga. Anyway, if you're not willing to give that same energy, like what the caller was saying, that basically said John couldn't speak on this issue because he's not black and he doesn't understand. I agree with you to a certain extent, but he wasn't speaking on the issue. He was just shedding light on the truth that you niggas ain't about shit. What's after the rioting? Nothing. Y'all gonna be mad for a good hot month and a half. And this nigga, he's not going to be trending anymore. He's not going to be a popular hashtag. You niggas going to go about your fucking life like it never happened. Nothing's going to happen after the riot. Nothing. You niggas going to... And then stop. Black people, niggas, black people, niggas, whatever the fuck you want to call yourselves. Stop burning down your own fucking community if you mad at white people. Go burn down they shit. What kind of dumb sense does that make? I'm mad at my neighbor, so I'm gonna go burn my house down. What? Where does that fucking make sense? Like y'all are looting the very stores y'all have to go back to. That makes no fucking sense to me. But anyway, so, and what he said about Malcolm X is actually factually true. All you got to do is this world-renowned thing called Google. Get it and look up the fucking information. John did not say anything wrong. He told you niggas the truth. But since it came from a white man, y'all don't want to hear it. So let it come from a Pan-African black man. You niggas ain't about shit. Y'all not gonna do shit after this. Y'all gonna get mad, riot some shit, blow some shit up in your own fucking community, and go on about your day like the shit never happens. Why? Because you niggas ain't willing to lose nothing. And it's a nigga listening to me right now saying, well, why should I go throw my shit away for somebody I don't even know? That Martin Luther King, Malcolm X generation, that is the greatest generation of black people that ever fucking lived. You know why? Because they were willing to lose shit for freedom, because they understood everything they had, it wasn't shit. It could be gone today or tomorrow. And if you don't believe me, look how they got Michael Jackson money. That nigga wasn't no fucking pedophile, but they said he was. And he started dishing out money. So they were like, oh, Well, let me follow the train. Let me hop on the train. This nigga started dishing out money. If they want your money, they can come get it. Ask Bill Cosby. Oh, he raped some bitches 30 years ago. If they want your money, they gonna come get it. We ain't free. We ain't never been free. Slavery was abolished. And look up the fucking root word of abolishment. It just means to simply release from fucking bondage. We all fucking slaves. And black people, it's okay to have some shit for ourselves. Stop including everybody. This ain't about the Chinese man. This ain't about the Mexican. This ain't about the white man. This ain't about the Arab. This is about us. Because when you kill one of them groups, they mobilize and give real fucking consequences. Ain't no consequences for killing us. Ain't none. So stop being mad at black people until you hold Pookie and Ray Ray accountable. You knock on Pookie door and say, hey, man, we got real consequences because you killed Ray Ray. And then you can go to that white man door and say, hey, man, we got real consequences. You got to come see us about that. If y'all not going to do nothing about it, shut the fuck up about it. Be mad, cry your little tears, cry whatever the fuck you want to cry, and shut the fuck up about it if you're not going to do anything. John, he told the fucking truth. That's all he did. That's all he did. He didn't say nothing wrong. But since it came from a white man, y'all don't want to fucking hear it. Well, listen to it coming from a black man. You niggas ain't about shit. Y'all just gonna sit up here and say the same things. Oh, it's wrong. They're killing us in droves. They doing this. They doing that. They doing this. They doing that. They gonna do like what the fuck? And stop saying, oh, it's 2020. There should be no racism. If I kill a man at 11:59 at 12 o'clock, he's still dead. Doesn't matter if it's 1920 or fucking 2020. Racism is still very much alive in this country. Because the foundation of this country was built on racism. So it ain't going nowhere. Either deal with it and shut the fuck up like the freedom fighters did, or don't say nothing about it. Be mad, do your little hashtags, let it trend on fucking Twitter, and then go on about the fucking day like you've been doing.
Love it, man.
And that's all I had to say. I'm out.
Well,
Fuck you niggas. Y'all ain't about shit. I said it.
Appreciate the call, Dakota. And that is the very interesting thing, right? What happens afterwards? What happens when you complete the task, right? What happens when you've done everything else that you're supposed to do? Following the cycle, and now you're back at square one. The same shit happens again. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Oh my God, Honcho.
Mr. John, how you doing, sir?
This, excuse me. This is the Imperial Grand Wizard calling in from the dark woods of Mississippi. I just stepped away from my cross burning so I could talk to you, and it's okay to talk to you because you're one of the good ones. Oh, man. Wow, Honcho, you a bitch, man. You would not answer my damn comments in the fucking chat room talking about how I want to do debate with that guy. He was emotional as fuck. I thought that was a black woman on the phone to be so goddamn emotional. That shit was running through that phone call. Come on, Honcho.
No, see, because what I think that was probably about 3 or 4 calls straight. I did not even look at the chat.
He took my bait, hook, line, and sinker. The whole point about me throwing in, I'm white, I can go back to my community and enjoy my white life was the whole point of him saying, well, people should come together. That was my point. That I don't have to put up with this fucking bullshit. I can just live my white life. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. That's my point. But I come in and I call and I talk to some of the stubborn-headed black people in this conversation, some of the stubborn-headed white people in this conversation, and some of the stubborn-headed Asian people in this conversation, like Chicago Mike. The whole point is the man literally proved my point. He took the bait, and that's how dumb, ghetto-thinking black people are. Not black people, regular black people, just like anybody else. Ghetto black people. They think with their emotions. They don't think with their fucking brain. He took the, you can't tell me what it's like to be black. Well, nigga, you can't tell me what it's like to be white. Because you ain't white. So get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. You don't know the history of my people. You know what? I probably know the history better of your people. And you saying, I take care of my kids, I'm a great father. Let me hit you with Chris Rock, as Jimmy Fallon just did blackface. Bitch, you're supposed to take care of your kids. You don't get a fucking medal for taking care of your kids. Fuck out of here. And let me tell you about the history of Italian Americans, since I couldn't understand what it's like to be a black man. Targeted and lynched by the Ku Klux Klan. They were killed simply for treating blacks as equals. They were made into cartoon characters. The cartoons made fun of them. There was war propaganda against them, housing discrimination, segregation. It was illegal for Italians and Irish people to marry anybody else because they were not considered white. We were considered Negro in the U.S. Census. We were stereotyped as mobsters and dumb and just illiterate people. We were placed in camps, internment camps. We were wrongfully imprisoned. The largest mass lynching in the history of America was 11 Italian Americans in New Orleans, Louisiana. They burned our properties and businesses simply because we were Catholic. We had to set up civil rights groups and college foundations just so Italians can do well in school. The Ku Klux Klan hunted people based on several factors. Some of them are Catholic, Italian, Republican, helped black people, and it was okay with race mixing. They would have killed me 6 times over. They literally hung more white people than they hung black women. Get the fuck out of here. That's your black privilege speaking. That you get to point the finger at somebody else when you're a complete fuck up. Because you don't want to look in the mirror and admit that you ain't shit. It don't bother you that every race of people makes fun of you. It bothers you because you look in the mirror and you believe it. Because if it don't, what's the saying that you say? If it don't apply, let it slide.
Yes.
But he called. So the bottom line is this: he's probably a nice guy. Okay, and if I would have gone on the phone to debate with him, I wouldn't have cursed at him. I wouldn't have been nasty with him. But I can already tell he would have got nasty with me because I caught him a couple times trying to hold back and not say what he really wanted to say. And that's because he's a pussy. Talking in the chat room, that smoke's going to find you. And I said, you going to deliver it? He's like, it's going to find you going to deliver it? Exactly. Leave it up to a ghetto mentality person in his chat room to talk about how he wants to go fucking hurt somebody. Not talk about it over the phone like gentlemen. And that's not the first time somebody in the chat room did that shit. Come see me, I'm in Brooklyn, what up, son? Fucking, first of all, Brooklyn's gentrified. Fuck out of here, you're repping Brooklyn these days like it's some hood community. I walk down the street in Bed-Stuy, and those fucking hillbillies on one side and gangsters on the other side. It's gentrified. Fuck out of here. So the bottom line is, and shout out to Kenneth Fitzgerald. I really thought he was going to call in and curse me out.
But that's this is what I was about to say. Actually, is I figured out the solution to all of our problems. You and Kenneth Fitzgerald are going to sit down, have a nice dinner, and you guys are going to be. The world is going to count on you. America's going to count on you guys to resolve the race issue. So we're gonna do like Love Connection. So America's going to count on you guys to solve the race issue. We're going to do like an episode of Love Connection. We're going to send you guys out to dinner to a nice seafood restaurant and just let you guys figure it all out. You guys are 2 intelligent gentlemen. Maybe you guys sit down and.
Who's this?
You and Kenneth Fitzgerald.
I think what we should do is me, Kenneth Fitzgerald, you, Heidi, since she's already in New York, and so is Kenneth, and Miles, the guy who called in and was saying about how I'm white, so I can't speak on black people issues. We all, what is that, 4 or 5 of us I named? We should all sit down for dinner.
Heidi's paying. I'm with it.
Absolutely. She's the whitest one of the group. She's got to pay.
Yeah, that's how it works. Okay.
Because technically I'm Italian, so I'm really not white, right?
Yeah, that works.
But that's just my point. And like Bodrick said, he kept saying like he wanted to call in because he didn't agree with the guy. Dakota obviously didn't agree with a lot of the guys instead. I know a lot of people also didn't disagree but a lot of people don't want to call in because no one wants to fucking ruffle feathers. A lot of people don't want to be outed as thinking a certain way. Because even the guy was saying like, what about Trayvon Martin and what about Tamir Rice? Motherfucker, maybe you should listen to yesterday's Den instead of being once in a blue moon listener, and you would have known that I named those names yesterday, and I said that those were wrong. The Tamir Rice, the 12 or 13-year-old in the park with the little fake gun. I said that was wrong. I said the guy in South Carolina who got shot in the back was police brutality. And there was someone else that I mentioned and I forgot. The bottom line is, you got in your emotions, and while you were in your emotions, you couldn't speak facts. You just spoke how you feel. You know what I mean? And everything I said about Malcolm X is true, and then some. I'll teach you something or two about Malcolm X. But because I'm white, it's not possible? Give me a break. That right there is closed-minded thinking. That right there is how we can't progress. Because I can't... What do black people and white people always say in America? Oh, we don't understand each other. You don't understand me. And white people like this and black people like that. But here I am. Now I'm talking openly. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm open. I got the balls to talk openly. And what do? You call back with emotions instead of saying, "Hey, let's have a conversation like gentlemen." You don't want me to understand you because you're afraid that if I understand you, I'm going to see that you really ain't shit. Because a black man who knows that he's worth something and he thinks like a logical human being, not like a logical black man, not like a logical white man, like a logical man, period, will never be afraid to sit down with someone they disagree with and have an honest discussion. But some people are afraid, and you have to ask why. A racist white man won't want to have that conversation because he doesn't want to be exposed as racist, unless he's a really bold racist. A racist black man or a black man who ain't got shit going for himself and blames the white man for everything, he don't want to have that conversation with you because he knows you're going to out him and he's going to be embarrassed. Same thing goes for women. Same thing goes for anybody else. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. You know, and it's just like, let's get honest about George Floyd. Didn't I say I didn't like the fact that his knee was on his neck? And I didn't want, and that, you know, that could have led to the guy getting killed. Possibly, we don't know toxicology reports. We don't know exactly why he died, but it could have led to it, and I didn't like it. But yet everyone's calling him like this motherfucker wanted him dead. No. I didn't say he wanted him dead. I didn't say he deserved to die. I literally said I didn't like the fact that his knee was on his neck. Which is, so give me a fucking break. You done lied on me, Den.
So
feel like big, like Mike M. Not to cut you off. I'm sorry, Honcho. But like Mike M. Or a scholar and a gentleman. Every time you don't agree with me, then he's like, "Yo, I disagree with you, and here's why." And then I reply, and we crack a few jokes back and forth. That's how you do it. Now I don't know what Mike M's race is, or nationality, or even gender. It could be a woman because Ron Isley is a woman and it's a guy's name. But but that's how you do it. That's how you fucking do it. You don't call him like, you don't understand black people. No, I do understand black people, and that's his problem, that I do understand them. That's his problem. Here's the problem. Let me tell you what the real problem with race relations in America is. White people and black people don't know each other. The cultures, they've been getting closer and closer over the years, but they're still way too far apart. A white person sees black people walking down the street, and they view all black people as criminals or thugs or troublemakers, or whatever you want to label it. But that's not true. But they don't see black people, especially the ones that I've met over the years, have always said that they fear black people more than white people. And I was always like, how? Like, I thought white people were the racist ones. They're like, yeah, but black people are the ones that will openly do something to you. White people usually do racism in a subtle way and nonverbal cues. And then I started figuring out, and then I started learning that you have to be able to look and understand the differences within someone's culture. And because I've done that, I've been able to look at different types of black people and realize that who probably is up to something like that and who's not. And I also understand that not everybody who looks a certain way is going to be what the stereotype of that is. Usually they are, but not always. And black people have that problem with white people too. So the bottom line is there's a culture clash. And until people educate themselves on other people, and until they're honest with themselves, it's not going to change. It's not going to change. That's the problem. And I said this to you, and that's what my YouTube show is going to be about. The problem in America is not necessarily racism. It's the fact that we don't communicate, we're not honest with each other, and we just don't know how to deal with it. That's the problem. Because the reality is, you can say, well, white people started slavery. Yeah, some of them did. Not all of them. Most of them actually didn't. And let's not forget that the first slave master in America to fucking beat his slaves was a black man. Let's not forget that the Africans sold them to the Arabs. The Africans sold them to the Europeans. Let's not forget that we all have done dumb shit throughout history. And let's not all pretend that it's only white people who are ignorant and not black people, or it's only black people who are ignorant and not white people. It's both sides. When I call in, I talk bad about white people, and I talk bad about black people. Sometimes the whole conversation is bad about black. Sometimes the whole conversation is bad about white. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It's bullshit. Yeah, black people know white people. Give me a break. You don't even know your you don't even know your own ass. Know white people.
You can't know white people. You're not white. You're not a white male. You're not a cis white male. You can't know white people.
Dream queen.
Interesting.
You know what I mean? So, you have any questions you want to ask me? Anything you'd like to clarify? Anything that's on your mind that you would like to clarify about me or anything else? Or my thoughts on something?
To be honest, no, not necessarily. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I am halfway operating on fumes.
That tired?
Yeah, but I said
Real Talk donated $200. You can't do this to the man.
No. So we're gonna keep it pushing for a little bit because I definitely appreciate Mr. Real Talk. But so as far as my interactivity may not be as active as it was initially. My coffee's warm.
Let me tell the Democrat. Let me tell the Democrats in the den who admire Malcolm X. Malcolm X was pro-gun. He said every black person in America should arm themselves, but only use it in self-defense. But yet, so many people in America who talk about there's threats to them every day. They vote Democrat, which don't want you to have guns, or they want to make it more difficult for you to have guns. Abortion. Malcolm X was against abortion, partially because of his religion, and partially because he felt that it was hurting black people, the black community, from growing. Yet everyone who agrees with Malcolm X, not say everyone, a lot of people who agree with Malcolm X vote Democrat, which are for abortions. And then they take 80% of Planned Parenthoods and stick them in black neighborhoods, but they stick the majority of fertility clinics in white neighborhoods, even though black women have higher infertility issues. So think about that. The group of people that have higher infertility issues, they don't get the infertility clinics put in mass numbers in their community. They get the abortion clinics put in their neighborhoods by Democrats. They help you. They help you by killing off your race. They're not helping you by getting your infertility issues fixed. Malcolm X was a big First Amendment, free speech. They literally put the free speech, the Johnson Act, which is the LBJ, on Malcolm X because they didn't like all that talk. So they said if you're a religious entity, you're limited to what you can say, otherwise you lose your status. So Nation of Islam was like, yo, shut the fuck up with that stuff. You got to change your tone a little bit. So I don't understand how you like Malcolm X and you're so mad that I talked about him, but yet so many people who like him and are pissed off that a white guy would say that don't even vote based on his ideologies.
Mm-hmm.
So don't tell me about Malcolm X. I'll teach you guys about Malcolm X. Okay? How about Rosa Parks? She wouldn't sit down to go because she wanted to sit in the front. She didn't want to go in the back because she was sick and tired of discrimination. And these days, what do black people do? They race to go into the back of the bus to sit down. Good job. Please. Yeah, I could bash black people all night long, and I'd probably be correct on 90% of what I say. But that's the point. The point is we're going to sit here, and we're supposed to have a conversation about how we can make these things better, but yet I can't call in and talk about things because I'm white. And there's no way I can understand anything about white people, but you're going to sit here as a black guy and tell me everything about white people. That's a dirty dick motherfucker.
Oh, that's funny as shit.
But anyway, Honcho.
So what the fuck? You see, I did not do it. It I don't know what the fuck is going on, but it's cutting out. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
This is Dan, sir.
Dan, the motherfucking man with the plan. How you doing this evening, sir?
Man, look, I'm going to make this quick, bro. All right. So a gentleman called I'm doing all right, by the way. A gentleman called a few calls ago, and he was very agitated. Now, I just wanted to kind of counter some of the things he said. He kept saying they're killing us, you know. So I got some stats loaded up. And this is from Statistica.com, which keeps stats on various things. I mean, if you want stats, this is one of the places to go. So number of people shot to death by police in the U.S. from 2017 to 2020 by race. 457 white people were killed in 2017. 223 black people killed in 2017. And the last 3 years, it's been like at least almost double the white people than black people. And in this year alone, 42 white people were killed. 31 black people were killed. So maybe white people know more about getting shot to death by the police or killed by the police than black people, apparently.
Well, why don't those stories
I'm going by
make
the
it,
stats, bro.
But you know, and that's the one thing I've always liked about Dick. You've always brought, you know, the receipts, the facts with your your points. But why aren't more of these stories getting out? Why, if those numbers are higher, why are we only seeing these stories when it's a white cop?
Hold on, I got some more numbers. Mr. Honcho got more numbers. Now let's go to my favorite city, Chirac. There have been 193 homicides in Chicago in 2020. I'm looking at the list of names, and they're all the South Side, Southwest Side, or whatever, Southeast Side. And look, Deion Neal, black. Derek Mitchell, black. Keith Moore, black. Alejandro Castro, Hispanic. But look, next 5 people, black, all middle to young age black men. And who's doing the killing? Well, statistics also show middle to young age black men. So if this year alone we got more people killed and just in one city, not to mention Memorial Day weekend where you had 40 shootings, 10 people killed, that was just Memorial Day weekend in Chicago.
Damn.
My thing is, I understand being mad about what happened to Mr. Floyd, and, you know, my condolences to his family. And I think those cops need to be charged. The mayor already told me I'll charge him, but the mayor don't run shit. He's just the mayor. So that's up to the prosecutor and all them dudes. So, I mean, they're already talking about charging him. So we'll see what happens with this case. I think this was extreme negligence on parts of the cops who were just standing there, and there was extreme brutality on a cop that was just had his body weight on the man. You know, but like you said, it's agenda. People have an agenda. Mass media has certain agendas, no matter what network you look at. So yeah, that's why this stuff gets shared like that. Yeah. And of course, Black Lives Matter is trending. They're all over everything. Sean King, aka Martin Luther Cream, aka Malcolm X, is all on it. All on the case on Twitter.
That dude there, man. Oh my God.
Yeah. he's one of them. He's one of them, bro.
Yeah.
So when that man, I assume he was black, he was gonna agitate and rile up about that. I started laughing. And I was like, let me look up some numbers because I know certain things, but I'm gonna verify it. Looked up and look, more white people getting killed than black people by cops for the last 3 years at least. So it's like, we always got to be victims. And I'm not talking about Mr. Floyd. I think Mr. Floyd was the victim. But the black culture, well, first off, let me say 2 things about black culture. A part of it is the victim mentality that a lot of us have embraced. Another part of it is a part we don't like to talk about, the violent underbelly, which apparently was going on in Chicago Memorial Day weekend. That's why 40 people got shot. That's why that 12-year-old in Gary, Indiana, got killed in front of his twin brother. That's why Tyshawn Lee was shot 5 times in the chest, his finger got blown off in Chicago. And, of course, someone said, they ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Now I'm just saying there's a lot more black people killing black people. And the first discussion you need to have is amongst black people about admitting that there's a problem and how to effectively deal with it. I'm not on that Hassan, not Hassan, that dude was spamming the chat earlier, that Umar Johnson, we need to kill 10% of black men. I don't think that's a logical solution. I don't think it is. Maybe actually work with the police in certain aspects, maybe things like that. But well, white people are always the evil person, all that stuff. And then a lot of these liberal white people are like, yes, we are we are oppressors, even though you never done anything wrong to a black person.
Yes.
You know, your ancestors might have even been involved in slavery, but because of the color of your skin, you assume this guilt. I remember, and this is, I don't want to stay on the line too long. I remember back when I was in the Navy, there was this white girl I just finished seeing Get Out, and she was kind of talking about the movie, yeah. And she's like, oh my God, I hate being white. And I said, what the fuck are you talking about? That is a fucking movie.
Yeah.
Don't say that shit.
That's funny.
I don't hate being black. I'm honest about being black. I know there's a certain element in this community. A lot of these people who want to do all this protesting, and well, besides idiots rioting, that always pisses me off, seeing people tear up their communities. I hate that, because it reminds me of the Rodney King riots. And that one man whose store got burned down and robbed and shit is an older black man, you know, from the greatest generation, many would say. And he's sitting there crying tears and I saying, I tried to make it. Why are you tearing down my shit? you know, I came from the ghetto too, but they still burn their shit down. Some of these people in our community have no respect for authority, no respect for community, no respect for innocence, and this is true, man. I'm not making this shit up. Why would these numbers reflect this?
Well, the thing, I mean,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
But I say with the situation, and my thing is, you know, people say, "Oh, the numbers are inflated, or they're crazy, or it's the government. I don't trust the government." And it's such the relationship, especially with blacks and the government, is so weird. That's a whole other conversation to get into. But you know, it's just let me jot that down for a future topic before I forget. But I mean, you just you could ask anybody, especially if you come up from an urban environment. You know, how many of your homeboys do you lost, and how did they die? And you're gonna get a very similar answer, and it's gonna be generally from either other partners, other homeboys, or other niggas like you. You will catch, you know, maybe a few and far between sprinkled here and there who may have known somebody who died at the hands of law enforcement. So, but it's much rarer. But you almost know almost everybody knows a friend or something who's died at the hands of another friend or something of that nature. So, I mean, like you said, you gotta look out for people who look like you.
Yeah. But that's not going to happen, Honcho, because certain people in our community, they monopolize on the victim mentality. Correct. And they make good money off of it. A lot of these fake-ass activists, Umar Johnson for starters, you already said Sean King, a lot of these black politicians. I remember when Kwame Kilpatrick was trying to get elected for his second term, which he did win, because he ran a whole race-based campaign. Mm-hmm. And he used the term lynching and all that stuff. I was like, this is smart. But, of course, he got kicked out because he was cheating on his wife and firing cops to hide it. But anyway, that's a different story. Mm. People really can monopolize off of the black community.
Correct.
Everyone's doing it. The media's doing it. The Democratic Party's been doing it for a long time. And sometimes the Republican Party's done it. But more often than not, it's the Democratic Party. Yeah. These black politicians doing it. Them Korean weave stores doing it. That Airborne 7-Eleven's doing it. Like, how do we fix this? See, that's the discussion we need to have. How do we fix our communities? Because, look, I can't take these protesters seriously. Well, of course, the ones that are rioting, you can't take seriously. Until we fix ourselves first. You got to fix your own house before you start pointing other people's houses. Like, this shit's insane. And the people who actually do stuff for real police brutality, all those people rioting and breaking shit, that's pissing on their issue, their situation. But there's people always going to capitalize off of chaos. I think it's human nature at this point. Always someone's going to capitalize off chaos, someone make a penny off it. If it bleeds, it leads. You know how the media does.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all I got, man.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think, like I say, like a couple of calls previous, I think that's a conversation we definitely have to have about the mindset, about what do we do, what is the solution, and you know, you mentioned cleaning your house. You know, I think you got a couple of different views in this house on how it should be cleaned. You know, some people may want to use all natural products. Some people may want to use heavy chemicals. Some people think cleaning the house is blowing that bitch up, you know what I mean, and starting off with a fresh lot. But it's like, and that's part of the problem, too, that I've noticed within the black media, your quote-unquote leaders, which really don't exist. Again, it's who's getting the leading paycheck or whatever. But, you know, it's like, there's all these different views and mindsets, and so there's no cohesion. There's no, okay, well, this is the direction we need to go to find success, which I think is a very simple blueprint, but that simple blueprint is definitely goes against one thing that we've been doing for quite some time, and then the other part of it is it would take some discipline and some behavioral changes, and I think people feel like they would not be keeping it real, or they'd be losing a part of themselves if they did that. But what you don't realize is that you can be everything you still are, just because you operate in a slightly different fashion. Don't mean you can't be in style. Don't mean you can't talk however you can't. Don't mean you can't do any of these things. It's just the way you handle your business, and I think people kind of get that misconstrued somehow. I don't know what it is.
So in a way, they're kind of keeping up with the Joneses, I guess. You know, got to keep real, got to, all that stuff. Well, look, fuck the Joneses. The Joneses are broke. They fronting, fuck them.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
A bunch of fake ass motherfuckers anyway. That's all I got, man. You probably got someone else on the line, bro. I just want to just kick them stats real quick and just like, look, police brutality does happen. Like I said, I served in the military. I did some security work, so I'm aware of certain tactics you shouldn't be using. That's one of them, in my opinion. Well, I don't say my opinion. They never taught me that.
Yeah.
The previous caller said the same thing, so I think they should be charged. You know, and these riders are despicable, but nothing's going to change. Everything's just going to happen. It's going to keep on a loop. Time is a loop. I will say one thing, though, before I hang up. It does end. At one point, all this will end. And that's when we're all dead. That's the great unifier is death. When we're all dead, that's it. There's no black, white, man, woman, gay, straight. You're just a corpse. And that's it. And so one day that'll happen. So just keep that in the back of your mind and have a good day.
All right. Well, I agree. We all check out to the same place. So shout out to Mr. Dan. And, yeah, another great call. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Honcho, you gonna hang up on me again?
Oh man, it wasn't me. I don't know what happened. It happened to John too. Sometimes the line, I guess, just does what it wants to do. But no, I definitely apologize for that. But I don't remember which thought you were on. But if you want to continue your thought.
So, here's my thought, and this is seriously my thought. And I'm asking the chat, how many people in the chat served in the military? The reason why I'm asking this is because in the military, I don't care if you're Marines, Army, Navy, Coast Guard, or Air Force. What color were you? When you were in the military, what color were you? I don't know if you served, Honcho.
No, I did not.
The reason why I'm saying this is because when you were in the military, there was no difference. It wasn't Army green and blues. You're green. Everyone was green. And and that's drilled into our heads from day one. And that's why I said that America as a society needs to get it out of their head that there is a difference between me and you because of the color of your fucking skin. There's a difference between the way we were raised. Yes, there's a difference between our experiences in life. Yes. But as a straight American, there is no difference between me and you.
So you think that using we were talking about using the term American, that'll build maybe a stronger camaraderie? Do you think that encourages people maybe to become more familiar with the other cultures within America?
I mean, you want to ask the chat? You want to ask your military people in your chat? Does it build a bigger camaraderie when everyone's together as one? When you stop thinking separately?
I'll agree. I'll listen to anybody's opinion except for D-Love. I don't trust him. But anybody else who's been in the military that has an opinion, I definitely love to hear it.
Because once everyone stops seeing each person as a different person, and they just start seeing each other as brothers and sisters, or you're green, or you're a Marine, or you're whatever you are, you're all the same. Y'all start becoming together. Now, will I say that there's a few people that don't get that in their heads and they cause issues, yes, it happens. But the overall mindset that the majority of them take is what builds the camaraderie. Which is why I've always backed the idea that everyone should serve 2 years.
That's interesting. Why do you feel like everybody should serve 2 years?
Because if you serve for 2 years, which basically your first year would be all training, your second year would be you actually doing your job. One, you get to build yourself up. 2, you actually learn a skill. And 3, you actually feel like you're a part of something. So when you get out and you go back into society, you can build on that as yourself and in your community.
Okay.
Might want to reconsider what?
I can see that.
That everyone should serve 2 years? Why not? I mean, other countries do it.
I can see it. Like, I mean, I definitely understand it. I definitely think Americans wouldn't be as keen on it, as far as anything that does not allow them to make their own choices. It doesn't seem to be favored by it.
Okay, so Americans wouldn't be too keen on it because it would take away their choices, right?
Yes.
Okay, so here's the thing. What if I told you that you go in the military for 2 years? The military is going to train you with whatever job you want to do for the rest of your life. They're going to train you. And they're going to give you everything you need to succeed in that job. All you have to do is spend 2 years. Everyone's like, and people are going to not like it because it's going to take away the choice. Mm-hmm. But I'm letting you choose what you want to do.
I still think, like I say, me personally, I don't think it's a terrible idea. It's something I remember thinking about a while back, and maybe had I had different views that I have now than I did coming out of high school, I might have made a different choice. But I think, especially with this day and age, especially when we talk about all of the situation things that go on, I do feel that, like you mentioned, you feel like you're a part of something. I think that's huge for people's self-esteem. I think having a skill and having the ability to maybe select a craft or whatever it may be, I think that's huge because that gives that sense of purpose. What's the biggest thing you always see with Americans is depression, and everybody's depressed, and everybody's upset, and I don't know what to do. I think the cure for depression is action, and that means, actually doing things and starting to the things that you maybe once enjoyed. And I think once you do enough of that, you can kind of work that away. But I don't know. Like I said, I just think that, again, Americans don't really always make the best or most sensible decisions as far as their well-being. And I think that even if given the opportunity to go out and be what you want to be, all it's going to take is 2 years of your life. So you say, when you graduate from high school or whatever, 18, and until you're 20, you can't even drink yet, so you're not missing shit. Especially now, you can't smoke till you're 21, so you really ain't missing shit. Now that gives you the ability to learn how to do some decision making, have some experience, have some training, have some discipline, and then probably going to live a better life in the long term. depending on what job you're doing, all that other stuff. But I just still think that. Well, I mean, this is I don't know, just the American mentality. I don't think that most Americans would be. Would they be like, nah, fuck that? I personally don't think it's a bad idea. I think that the overall quality of life for most Americans would improve if it did happen. But I just don't think most would.
And that's the thing. The overall life of Americans would improve. Mm-hmm. And the overall mentality of Americans would change. My whole thing is, I know the whole 2-year thing is never going to happen. I get that. But until we decide to change our way of thinking, nothing's going to ever change. I understand people are going to be like, look at Martin Luther King, look at Malcolm X, look at all these great people who did protest and did what they did. Every single one of them will tell you that their whole thing was to get people to change their way of thinking. It was never, hey, let's go destroy our own stuff, or let's go hate this person because of who they are, but let's go make them change their way of thinking.
Yeah, it takes somebody to have that thought to start that change. So I mean, that is definitely a thing.
Which goes along with the whole, like John was saying, and the Klan killed the Italians while they were killing the blacks and Hispanics. Like, the Klan killed pretty much anyone who was different. But like I told you, when the Klan did that, majority of the time they were wearing a fucking mask because they didn't want no one to see who they were. But today, it's like, hey, it's okay to be openly racist. You don't need to hide who you are.
But I mean, and me personally, like I said, I think I've talked to some other people who feel the same way. I'm all about, hey, you're entitled to feel how you feel. I can't make anybody feel, anything, or feel for anybody. But I'd rather them, I'd rather people be openly racist so I know what kind of person I'm dealing with than someone be subtle. I mean, if it's in you, it's in you.
No, I get that. And I get wanting to have someone be straight with who you are. I get that. But here's the problem. And I'm going to backdoor on what John talked about. John brought up how the Democrats like to kind of overhype some things that happen to different communities to kind of get support. What if I told you the Democrats aren't really Democrats?
And what would you mean by that?
What if I told you the Democrats are actually Republicans, and the Republicans are actually Democrats?
Mm-hmm.
And you're probably going to say, what the fuck type of shit are you on, Archie?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you do know our history, John, then you know about the great political shift where the Democrats and the Republicans switch views.
I'm saying that the Dems and Republicans switch views or their
Okay,
political stances.
so here's what happened. The Democrats were the highly conservative, highly never going against the Constitution party. The Republicans were the highly liberal, highly wanting to change the Constitution party. Then they did a switch. And then the Democrats became the Liberal Party, and the Republicans became the Conservative Party. But we tend to not think about that.
I've heard many views on this one, and I've heard some people say, speak of the switch. I've heard, others say they don't believe it. I see John saying it was just one guy. But how do you think that shaped, where we are today, and how we've gotten to this point?
Basically, all it did was make one side say, "Oh, the other side's more what I want," and made everyone switch. It didn't change people's views. All it changed was what platform they were voting for.
So ultimately, do you think there will be a day that, again, it will never be perfect, and people will always blame something, for whatever problems? I mean, I get that. But do you think that there will be a day that there's virtually no racism in America?
I mean, virtually no racism in America? Yeah, I could see the day happening. But it would take the society to change their views about things, which is the biggest issue. Can society actually change their views? And no, I'm not saying this, oh, I don't see race, I don't see a race, no, I mean, can you change your whole view about how society is supposed to be? Because right now the society is, our society is set to be split. Even though we like to say how much we're integrated, we're still separated. And the reason why I say this is, instead of being a community, we're like, hey, the black people are destroying their community. Or this is the white community, or this is the Asian community, this is the Hispanic community. We are allowing our community to be segregated, and we're okay with it.
Okay. Yeah, I think we are. I think they say we are okay with it. I mean, more than okay. We embrace it, and we expect it. So, I mean, it's almost we expect there to be issues when relocating to new neighborhoods. I mean, and this is me from a personal perspective. You don't know. And again, I don't wake up with the mentality that I feel like I'm gonna walk out the door and something's gonna happen to me. I don't live in fear. You know what I mean? Like, I had that mentality. I I mean, I thought, like I said, I had a different mentality, and I felt like, let me be careful. And I've had interactions with police, some good, some bad, some, yes, were clearly racially impacted. Others, surprisingly friendly when I thought it would be a situation. And so it's like, that's kind of where I'm at the point of where I say I can't just label all cops this, that, or the third. But I do know it's a thing. You wonder about, okay, so if I move into a neighborhood, well, what are the neighbors going to be like? Am I going to have an issue? Is it going to be a situation where, you know, I'm the outsider, or my appearance makes me look different? Because again, even as a black man with a lot of the views that I have, my appearance doesn't match those. So it's automatically going to be assumed that, you know, whatever. And I don't really care what people think. I can't change that. They're going to believe what they want to believe anyway. But
And that's the other problem.
Mhm.
That as a society, because you're black or I'm white, we're supposed to think a certain way.
Mhm.
And if we don't think that way, we're not what we are. I'm sorry that I was raised in a predominantly black town. And when I say predominantly black, I mean I was the only white kid on the bus.
That had to be very interesting.
Oh, it was fun. Especially since my bus ride was 2 hours long.
God damn.
Yeah. We had to go 30 miles to get to school.
That was terrible. So it's not just school, but the bus ride in addition. That's a terrible trip.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so I don't think like a white person. I don't think like a black person, because I was raised by a very older generation family, but I was also raised in a predominantly black town, so I got to see two sides at the same time, which made me what I think today. And it's why I hate the whole, we need to have a black community. We need to have a Mexican community. No, we just need to have a community.
Cool.
Am I saying that I don't understand the whole, hey, you know, it feels better to be around more people of your type? No, I get it. But that's also because we have allowed America to mold us in that ideal that we are different.
So you think it's a mental thing that we're really more the same than we are different? And that we just envision or we think we're different?
It's all mental. It is all mental. I'll make this easy. I'm gonna paint you a picture, Honcho, and tell me what's the first thing that pops in your head.
All right.
You see a white male walking down the street, and he's wearing just blue jeans, a white T-shirt, and some tennis shoes. What do you think?
I'm going to be honest. My thought process is probably going to be based on the tennis shoes. If everything else looks basic, if he just looks like a regular.
He's just wearing some basic Nikes.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to think nothing of it.
Okay. You see a black male walking down the street, wearing same white shirt, same blue jeans, but he's wearing some Jordans, and that's it.
Man, I'm not necessarily going to think too much of it. I'm just probably going to be like this nigga here. But for not gonna
there you go.
Yeah, I'm not going to think nothing of it.
No, see, there you go. You automatically said this. I'm not even. I hate. I do hate that word, so I can't say it. But you automatically, because it was a black male now, your thought process changed.
I'm gonna be honest. I think my thought process will probably change more so because he's wearing Jordans than anything else. If it was a different pair of shoes, I might think differently.
But let's see. What does it matter what his shoes are?
It's a thing. Like, and that's like kind of my deal. It's like I don't. Again, because I look at it like I know my own experience, so I know when people see me what they think, and that it usually doesn't match what they're imagining inside. Because they say it, I'm like, oh man, I saw you. I thought that you were gonna be like this, and it wasn't like this. You were completely different. And so I try not to. I try not to label anybody. So, but when I look, I mean, your clothes tell.
Him by his shoes.
Yeah, but the clothes, with the clothes, you make a choice. Like your skin, your usual appearance, like you can choose your haircut, maybe how you cut your facial hair, but your clothes are a choice. And so certain things are going to give me like certain messages because the likelihood of this article of clothing meaning something or saying something about your personality tends to be true. And again, not always. It's just none of it is perfect. So I would definitely be judgmental more so based on the shoes he's wearing than the color of his skin. And it'd be the same thing with the white guy. Like if the white guy had Jordans on too, I'd probably say the same thing.
Okay. You want me to blow your mind now about judging people because of the way they dress or the way they look?
All right, what you got?
So I'm going to paint you another picture. You see a guy riding a motorcycle. Got the long beard, tattoos, everything else, right? Completely the prototypical biker. Your thought process is he's a dumbass biker. Same man puts on a suit and is also in charge of a Fortune 500 company.
Yes.
We allow ourselves to become judgmental. You would choose other people with other things. All because we get a stereotype in our head. I'm not saying that your stereotype is bad, but we all do it. And that's the problem with society. We allow the stereotypes to happen.
But are stereotypes necessarily bad? And like you said, we all do it. But I think that, and I see what you're saying, because again, this is where you kind of get into this gray area. Because I would definitely say that stereotyping people has helped me out in a situation or two in the past. But have I also been wrong about people? Yeah, but it wasn't, a life-threatening situation or anything like that. Just bad assumptions. But is it people having maybe the wrong stereotypes about people, or believing maybe false stereotypes about people that is the negative things? I think I don't know. Me
That's
personally.
the thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. It's everyone having a stereotype is not in itself bad, because we are creatures of habit. So you're like, I've seen people dress like this, or I've seen people look like this, and they're typically this. Having that in your mind is fine. But allowing the wrong stereotype and the false stereotype to override what you know is where it gets bad. Case in point, take the media. Whenever a black man dies by a police shooting, by something, what does the media try to do?
Hey, they blow it. They blow it up and try to make it a nationwide deal.
They try to make it a nationwide deal, but then they also try to make it their fault. Case in point, the guy who was murdered in his own apartment in Dallas.
Boston Jean.
Yeah. Remember the media said, "Oh, he smoked weed." What the fuck does that matter?
Yeah, that is true. They start looking for the negative angles on the victims.
Yeah. Like he was murdered in his own apartment, eating fucking ramen, but somehow him smoking weed is the issue. Who gives a fuck?
Right.
The issue is he was shot in his own apartment.
Right.
But then you have the Austin fucking bomber. You remember this?
Yeah, that was the guy mailing out the anonymous packages all over the place.
Yep. He'd bring a package to your door and leave it there, or he'd mail it to you, and it would blow up. He was a white guy. You know what the media said about him?
What's that?
He was a well-educated and highly disturbed individual.
Sounds about right.
Who had issues and should have been able to seek help. No, he was a goddamn psychopath trying to blow fucking people up. But because we allow the media to do this, and we don't harp on that issue, it causes other major issues. The small things that we allow to happen in our society is what allows the bigger shit to happen.
I agree. Do you think it's too late to fix the media?
Do I think it's too late to fix the media? No, I don't. But would it take something major to do it? Yes.
What do you think it would take?
It would take a serious national event, and I mean a straight up 100% national event. Because the media, and when I say it's like a national event, is because the media is bought out by whatever political party wants to buy them. Take Fox. Fox is owned by a Republican, so they support the Republican. CNN is owned by a liberal Democrat, so they support the liberal Democrats. Even though they're not supposed, the media's not supposed to be biased.
You would think not.
It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard not to be biased when your boss is a certain political party.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It would take a national event to change the media.
No.
So, could it happen? Yes. Is it likely? No.
Okay. Yeah, and I think it is what it is. Like I said, I think it's gonna take a whole new wave, a new change, and to be brash about it before this society really sees a lot of change. I think it's gonna take a lot of people to die off. And I'm not saying people to get killed, or I'm not encouraging people. I just think it's gonna take a lot of old mentalities to die off.
You're talking about it would take the older generation to move out and allow the younger generation to actually start moving in.
Mm-hmm. But I think some problems come with that too. But that's definitely a different topic and a different conversation.
Technically, that's happening right now, Honcho.
Yeah, we are technically are in a different discussion. And Mal, I see that, but where was and I know what you're talking about, but were they in the same area where these two things happened? And I know we can say the legal injustice or the inconsistencies, but I think there's a few things that have to be taken into account. But here's the deal, man, and I'm gonna be real honest with y'all. I am a tired host here, and I want to be able to give y'all, good stuff. I don't want to start leaning on y'all here in a second, but I'm going to get ready to wind it down. But I want to say, man, shout out and a special thanks to Mr. Riotak, currently on the line. That's why we had an extended den this evening. And again, it's I
did nothing. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Man, well, I know. The people know. And I don't know, I was going to say it's still on the screen with a little bar. It moved off the screen. We'll do a debate night sometime soon, John. So that way it seems like we have a topic or two to get debated. So we'll see. Maybe before this week is over, or maybe early next week, we'll see what happens. But like I said, again, I want to say thank you to Mr. Riota. Maybe you may not recall, but I definitely do, and it won't go unnoticed, and it is greatly appreciated, sir. So I just want to say thank you.
I know. All right, night, Honcho.
All right, you have a good evening, sir. Thank you. All right, good people. Interesting. Let me see. There's a. Interesting. Very interesting point. That's a very gosh darn it. It's time to wrap it up. I'm too tired. We might have to do a part 2 to this. Maybe alter the topic a little bit, because we did kind of get off of not kind of we got way off of the George Floyd conversation. So, man, I want to say shout out to everybody who called in tonight, everybody who was active in the chat. And I know tonight I wasn't as attentive to the chat as I usually try to be. So I apologize for that. But, the topic that a little bit more serious, y'all know how y'all be doing in the chat. I can't read the chat. It's bad. It'll get you canceled. Little bit of Discord time till y'all start hearing me snore. Then don't judge me. I'm gonna put my shit on push to talk just in case I do fall asleep in the Discord. So here's my thing, right? I thank y'all. I appreciate y'all for being a part of this community, man. Just the various conversations, and y'all know how I do. I enjoy it. Some people may be riled up, some people may be fired up, but it's always for a reason. And I love to see the passion, the concern, the real energy behind the thoughts that all of you called in and shared. So, man, I appreciate y'all for that. And yeah, I'll have my earbuds on in the Discord. I may not be chatty active. I may actually be asleep. Who knows? But until they fall off my ears, I'll be in there, listen to whatever craziness y'all talking about. But I thank each and every one of y'all, man. Make sure you hit that like button. Be greatly appreciated. If you ain't subscribed, hit the subscribe button. And all the good things that come with that, man. But I'm finna cha-cha, man. I got y'all. I'm out. Through your Discord, I got you. I don't know nothing about the Rona. I don't want to know nothing about that Rona, man. But with that being said, cha-cha, y'all. Y'all ain't got to go home. I encourage you to go to the Discord. I will drop the I'll drop the Discord link in the chat right after the stream, so shortly after. But with that being said, I'm gone. I thank y'all. I really do. Y'all have a good evening. Tired of shit. Oh man. Sega Dream, what you know about that, man? You don't know nothing about that, big dog. You don't know about that mystical Sega Dream, what you in there talking about, man? I'm gonna play that mystical in the Discord chat, and y'all ain't gonna know what's up. All right, I'm gone.